Hello everyone, welcome at the fifth round of UzChess Cup 2025. We do have a mid-tournament right now. We have achieved that point where the things are going to be extra exciting. In the studio, we are Katy and Shahzad for you, and we're going to be here for a long day, I guess, few hours. So let us know in the comments, who do you support? Who do you think is going to win in this tournament? And I think it's time to take a look at the standings and also the pairings. So here we have the standings. Would you like to take us through?
So we're looking right now first at the standings of the Masters, and we have two leaders, Abdusattor Nodirbek and Pragg with 3 points each, and followed by Arjun and Arjun and Mahsudli Parham with 2.5 points. And we can see Sindar right in the middle of the table on the first level with 2 points. Yes. And
yeah,
we can have a look at challengers as well, where we have two leaders, Theodoru, Nicholas, and Hong Andrew leading with 3.5 points, and they are being followed by Madaminov Muhyiddin with 2.5 points, and in the middle we can see Vahidov Jahongir and Sivuk Vitali with 2 points.
Right, and the legend of chess is there. Vasyl Ivanchuk is having right now 5th position. We have heard that yesterday he has lost on time that position. Have you heard about that?
Yeah. Yes. And it was a bit surprising and a little bit sad for Ivanchuk as well. I talked with some players and people in the venue, and they said that at that moment there was even Ivanchuk shouted a little bit, whoa, that moment did happen.
Yeah, we have seen him. In New York. Actually been very emotional after losing against Daniel Naroditsky, and he has lost 3 games in a row, and it was very painful for him. And we had actually remember this moment when we had Abdusattorov showing some emotions that we didn't understand. Did he offer a draw? Then he started to smile. We were so confused. So I think that was a moment when it was a bit noisy in the playing venue, and people were not.
But I talked with my brother as well yesterday regarding his game, and he said that just before that moment, actually, they reached move number 40, and they have to change their score sheets.
Yeah.
And at that moment, they said, boss got distracted. And even at that moment, my brother as well forgot about the time. And the time clock running out was not mentioned by my brother or anybody, but the arbiters came after some moment and then showed on the clock.
They carried on, and then if once the time is flagged on the clock, you can never get back, no matter how many moves you do.
30 seconds extra, it's like done.
Yeah. Wow. All right, let's take a look what we have today at the menu. Round 5, we have quite nice setups, and pairings is quite interesting. Parham Maksodlu will face Pragg with 5 pieces. Pragg had such a great game yesterday against Sindarov. He managed to convert the game, and he was one of the 2 players who got the decisive result. Another player was Maksodlu himself, and they are going to face each other today's round. Then we have on the next board Jan Pomneshi against Nodirbek Yakubov. Nodirbek played really nice game, but it was not enough against Maksodlu, so he has to strike back today. Then we have Abdusattorov, one of the leaders of the tournament. He will face Aravin in this round with white pieces. Then we have Vahidov, who has at this point 1 point after 4 rounds, and he will face Arjun Erigaisi, who is the top seed at the event this year. And the last board we have Sindarov against Richard Rapport. This is the pairings in the Masters, but as you guys see, we do have also the event in the Challengers and Futures, as well as the Open tournament for anyone who wants to play chess. So if you want to visit Uzbekistan, try something new and discover the new culture, and also to play chess, this event is something that you would be interested to play. Would you have already moves received.
So far,
Let's take a look.
There have not been updates on
Oh,
the
okay.
moves. Yes.
Let me tell you then. We can start with Pragg against Vachier-Lagrave, and here we have some moves played: 1d4, knight to f6, and after c4, e6.
We
Okay,
can
c4,
see
e6.
Queen's Gambit one more time. Oh, we can see names of variation. Yes, knight
I
e3.
love Nimza e3 variation, and then c5.
c5.
Bishop to d3 and pawn takes d4, pawn takes d4, and d5 has been played. And white decided to capture the pawn on d5. Knight captured it back with black captured back with a knight. And then we have knight to e2 to support c3 knight, castle, castle, rook to e8. And now Parham is thinking.
I guess the last move looked a bit interesting for him. He didn't expect probably rook e8 move by Pragg. And yeah, there are several choices he can make right now. Trade the knights, push the pawn a3 to kick the bishop away. Most of the lines could follow the same way. a3 bishop. Rook e8 is making a room so that bishop can go back to f8. The knight d5, he takes d5, bishop e3. There is a kind of normal, typical, similar structure game we can see. FGH, FGH, in the middle 2 pawns. And the only difference is that a3, which we just made. But if we just go back and
very symmetrical position.
Very symmetrical. If immediate knight d5 takes, that's like very symmetrical position. Yeah. But probably Pragg has an option of taking with a queen, going against isolated pawn. We have to see how it works out for him. But we do know immediate knight c3 is also possible, after which that pawn is simply poisonous. If queen d4 happens, there is just bishop h7. And white will win black's queen. So yes, probably if knight takes d5 does happen in the game, we would likely see that e takes d5 by Pragg without much consideration.
Yeah, in case if in the structures, very often white likes to put the battery on the b1, h7 diagonal. So if white can actually go bishop to c2. This is one of the most popular moves here in this moment. Bishop to c2 with either queen d3. So black, what you do against this threat, right? After bishop to c2, you develop your knight on the queen side anyway. And after queen to d3, we go g6. For the moment, we can decide, but we have the idea which we showed earlier, bishop f8, and this bishop will go to g7 and will target the pawn on d4. Also, will guard the king on g8.
Yes.
So this is actually just a start. Perhaps maybe will take some time. He has already spent about 10 minutes to reach this position. Pragg seems to be more comfortable on the time. He has not spent that much of time. Yeah, we will see how this game will progress. We can move forward to the next games, and we have received some of the moves.
So let's have a look at the second game that is between Jan Nepomniachtchi against Nodirbek Yakuboyev. And yeah, we saw English opening in their game with 2 knights, with 4 knights out, g3, and we can see a little bit inverted dragon variation, b2, and Nodirbek decided to go knight to c6, knight to b6, and castle. We don't see them on the board. Both players.
None of the players are on the board, yeah.
Yes, both players are out. So.
And was it Jan walking? I think it was Jan walking.
Rook b1. Interesting. There was some interesting lines on this opening. Of course, it goes with not the development of knight f3 early, and that is immediate g3, d5, takes, bishop g2, knight to c6, and oops, knight to b6, and it seems like there was one line where you would be able actually to take that bishop c6, where yes, where black would play with double pawns, but he would have counter chances. I guess it was d3, and then knight to c6, and here maybe it wasn't knight to f3, but some waiting move like either bishop e3 or a3, after which you can take that bishop c6 move, come your rook on c1, knight e4, or a, and go to knight to c5, a simple development, knight to f3.
Yeah, this might be a bit unnatural to give up the light square bishop, but it's a quite strong and powerful idea to create the weakness and then to carry on that weakness. A3, in the game, we do have a little bit more moves. So last move we received rook to b1, and then we had after rook to b1, f6. That's a very interesting decision, right? To play f6.
The thing is, as black, you don't want white to strike on d4, you know? So, and I think it is possible for Nepo to go and strike on d4, because as we know, e4 is not possible, it's guarded. And if e takes d4, there is knight b5 move, after which you're taking a pawn. And if black plays stubbornly and defending that pawn with bishop to c5, queen c2, hits that bishop with a tempo, and now after bishop e7, rook comes to d1 and hitting that pawn with a rook, knight, and everything, and there is an idea of knight c7 if that knight moves away as well.
Yeah.
So quite wild ideas would unfold. And do we have a move after f6?
Yes, we do have a move, and in fact I wanted to check if f6 is here the main line. In fact, a5 is the main line and f6 is the side line. It's still quite
a5, yeah, I guess
curious
it's stopping
for me.
any ideas of a3, b4.
Yeah. And then after f6 we had a3.
a3, okay.
The idea to push b4. Castle happened, black allowed b4, and white played that. And after bishop to e6, white went with d3, and black played a5.
a5, okay.
I had a feeling that black allowed white to play b4, and now with this setup of the bishops on e6 and e7, targeting to a2, a3 squares, b4 squares. Now black with strikes with a5, and there was kind of like waiting idea with f6 and
exactly.
castle.
And in case of b5, black has a response of knight d4. If knight takes d4, of course he's gonna take with a pawn.
That happened in the game, b5, knight d4, and white decided not to take on d4.
Decided went to play back to knight to d2.
d2, yes. And queen c8 is
queen c8, yes, because white is hitting that pawn on b7, queen to c8.
Does he also want to play bishop h3 somewhere if white is not?
I would say maybe first even play a4. A4, fix that pawn. Separate them from each other, which could be weakness in the long term, positional weakness in the long term.
Yeah, the time
it's guarded already.
Yeah, time situation is quite similar. So
okay, we have seen one. I guess that's e3.
e3 hitting the knight and knight to f5. Yeah. Second. And we are waiting for the next moves to be on our way. Meanwhile, maybe we can take a look to the next one, and this is Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Aravin.
So we have an interesting opening right there, and I'm not sure why computer is mentioning 98% accuracy already for Abdusattorov. He just made just 3 centralized d4, c4, d4, e4. Yeah. Oh, an interesting start, by the way. Usually you're going to see e4, d4, but he started with c4, followed by d4, and followed by e4. And on d6, unlike typical moves, knight f3 or knight c3, he went with knight e2. I mean,
92 here.
he can just transform to Zenith system, with this variation. King's Indian, or I mean, depends. We have seen that kind of systematic play by Abdusator earlier in other games as well. We could see that could be another possibility to go and fianchetto the bishop. And I guess we should have some moves on his game.
Yeah, we do have moves. Let me tell you. The last move is e5, knight to c3. Knight c6, bishop e3 has happened. Knight h6.
Knight h6, wow.
Yeah, point being that if you play queen to d2 and hit my knight, I'll play knight to g4 and I'll chase your bishop.
Yes.
And there is a threat also to take the pawns on d4.
Probably the most natural move for white would be just pushing pawn to f3.
Yeah.
Safe.
Yeah, I agree with that. White actually here decided after Sator to close the center first to play d5.
Followed by f3, I would say.
Yeah.
So.
And now Arjun will just write down this move. He just played this at d5. Knight e7 is quite logical move here, right?
Yes.
And here we have knight went on e7. Knight is already developed. Another knight on h6 will later on jump either to g4, or if white stops that happening, then black has the idea to play f5 and knight to f7. So basically this knight is supporting f5.
Yes, and there is a possibility of even blocking
F4,
the game
yes.
fully. It's pawn f4. So because knight is on h6, there is a chance of probably to guard the bishop back and even push pawn h4 and h5. Maybe, I mean, the most natural move to me is still pushing pawn to f3, f5, and then queen d2 doesn't look to me ideal, but anyways, if we want to do a long castle with white, we should put our queen somewhere, and we have two choices. Actually, even I would say queen to b3, but queen to b3 looks so unnatural to me, you know. So queen to d2 still would turn out. If f4, you just go back, you just go long castle, you just start pushing pawns h4, h5.
Oh, I like that idea, h4, h5.
And the thing is, f4 pawn, it's blocking, but it's blocking very much temporarily because there is g3 move that is gonna kind of force him. Yeah, that's gonna threaten him. And if pawn takes, the game would open up. Yeah. And in that open up, white's pieces are more optimally placed.
Yeah, so basically, usually in the King's Indian, white goes with a short castle, allowing black to have this kingside attack because it's time to play on the queen side with b4, c5. Now, this is not really possible because black is too much advanced in the attack on the king side. Abdusatro has just played h3 instead. I thought when he played h-pawn, I thought he would go with h4. But h3 actually stops knight g4 happening.
Yes.
I wonder what is his idea after f5.
f5? I would say it's just not reacting to it, or maybe just playing pawn to g3, which would stop pawn f4 immediately. Yes. As earlier I mentioned, maybe he's thinking of fianchettoing his bishop, maybe even short castle. That is still idea, and as you said, he is advanced on the queen side, and maybe we can see that a4, a5 moves, or b4, c5 moves. b4, c5 moves naturally after g3, bishop g2, castle, b4, c5, hitting and advancing with pawn majority on the queen side. Now we'll see. Will he made the move? Yes.
No, it is up to Satrov made the move and left the board.
Yes, and he made
H3,
H3.
yes. And today everybody is missing from him. Like, where is everyone?
And we can see maybe they didn't have much kind of meal in the afternoon because we can see banana on the board.
Yeah. So I know a lot of players are skipping lunch or having very light lunch because they preferred not to be too heavy for the game, and that's why they are bringing a lot of types of snacks. Banana is one of the most popular snack among the players, alongside with chocolate.
Yes.
Some players also bring different type of nuts, which is crazy. Don't do that, guys. It is annoying when you are eating at the chessboard. But banana is fine. It's very healthy. It keeps you energized.
There is G3, yes?
They actually played F5 and G3 very fast.
Yes. Yeah, so Abdusator is going for a short castle, going for just simple positional advantage game where he has space advantage, and we can see he's gonna be pushing on the queen side rather than king side.
Oi, oi, oi. It's you play against the fire here if you castle on the short side, and I think that's what these two players want to have. All right, we do have actually quite similar structure in the game of Sindarov against Rapport, which we had the other days with Benoni. And in this position, after queen to d2, we have one more move, knight to d7. And then Richard is actually thinking in his, oh, look at the fancy, colorful shirt he's having. He's one of these few players who like to dress colorfully at the chess events, and we always appreciate that.
Yeah, as we talked in our previous streams in previous days, where we mentioned that Richard Rapport's patient style alongside with
Aronian.
Aronian, yes.
Aronian.
They keep us surprising with the new taste, of the dress, of
new
the
flavors in the chess world.
Of the sweets, even, yes.
Yes. Yeah, and obviously this is something nice for us to see the personality of the players as well.
So he's still thinking, and we can see players moving on the board.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are just like walking a lot at this street. I've never realized that people are walking so much. But yeah, during the classical chess, that's
right. And I noticed one thing as well. We have seen in our previous rounds when players were not on their chair. But the thing is, sometimes they are not even in the playing venue, but to the rest area.
Yes.
We have those kind of live games, chessboard there, and they're watching their own games from that place, and then analyzing, looking from different perspective.
A lot of players, when they make the move, they go to the players' lounge where they have this resting area. They have some drinks and snacks, and.
Okay, now let's check the game, how it unfolded. So we have d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, c5, d5, and pawn push to d6. So we can see quite typical Benoni line. g6, bishop f4, bishop g7, e3. Okay. How common is it? Is it the main line still?
Yeah.
Bishop f4 and e3.
I think I used to play this move. Don't really remember why I did that. I think you're waiting. Eventually you want to play e4, but if you play e4 here, then black has a good play with rook to e8. So first you go e3, then you go h3 to make sure that your bishop is safe on this, diagonal, and then queen to d2. Knight goes on d7 and e4, yes.
Interesting openings. I thought that fianchettoing with white is also kind of one of the ideas, and that I thought would be the main idea. But bishop f4 seems very interesting move to go for in this opening.
Yeah, bishop f4 is the most played
Move.
played move, and followed by e4 next
And
played move.
and then g3, and even there was an h3 move. Yeah, after e4, Rappert is thinking, Richard Rappert is in the thought process, and he spent quite much time for his last move, which was knight to d7, and he thought close to 7 minutes, and we can see already he is out of opening and planning how to make the moves in the middle game.
Yeah, there is this typical idea here to play with f5. You can start with a6. First, you can play a6. You want to play b5, so white has to stop that.
With a4?
Yeah, with a4. And now you can either do knight e5, or there's also this interesting move f5 here.
f5. On knight e5, aren't you giving your opponent protected pass pawn?
Yes, that's true, but you are having knight on e8, which this knight will then lend to d6 square. So let's see, you take, I take, you also get rid of the bishop, and now...
Maybe a5, fixing that pawns first.
Yeah, you can do a5.
Knight to d6.
I think knight to d6, with idea f5 next.
Yeah. Black seemingly doing fine, yes.
There's also the idea of play bishop d7, bishop e5 to get rid of this bishop if you don't like f5, but I think f5 is quite strong. I love this knight on d6.
Yes, yeah, it's
very strong one.
Doing the purpose. And the thing is, because white didn't castle yet and it takes time to develop his pieces, I'm even considering moving even pawn h4 and h5. Hitting that, and then we know queen h6 and take, it's very close to checkmate. Yeah. So that would be another idea to consider. Yeah, if Richard Rappert goes for knight to e5 idea. So e4, and you said immediate f5, yeah, or after a6, a4, f5 idea. f5 looks a little bit not ideal because it gives up the square on e6 as an outpost. And after e takes f5, rook takes f5, bishop d3 is also developing with the tempo.
I give a check on e7.
Check on e7. I would say maybe you can block you can block with knight e2, but besides that, you can just move it away, which is rook is coming in a kind of forced way. It is about momentum right now. And to make your king safe, after g3, king g2, you can bring another rook on the board. Or, as earlier I mentioned, maybe you can go for h4, h5 idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, white seemingly has better chances on this game, but
white can get the advantage in this scenario, yeah, if black plays f5. But yeah, I think Richard will consider to play a6 or knight e5 at some point, because otherwise these knights on e8 and d7 are not really well cooperating. And there should be some changes. There's also, no, there's no idea to, I was just thinking to get this knight on c7, a6, b5 sort of things. Not in here, yeah, in just the current position.
Here, all white's pieces are already pointing to the whites, to the black's cap, and yeah.
Do you know what you can do? If you don't want to give up this outpost for the knight, the square for the knight, you can, in the current position, which is e4, the final move. Move 11 into e4. Yeah. He can play here queen e7.
Queen to e7.
Hitting the pawn on e4, right?
Yes, I mean after bishop c3. Yeah.
Yeah. So you play bishop to e2.
Bishop
you are,
e2.
yeah,
No,
you are
not protecting the pawn.
No, let's see the variation. If you take c3, I take with the queen.
I mean, it looks kind of not ideal.
Yes, takes.
Bishop h6.
Bishop h6 right away.
I mean, you're giving up your exchange.
Yeah. So it's not working. So that's why black will not go for this line. But now, as the queen is on e7, you can
Go
play
for
knight e5. Yeah.
Yes, you can just capture back with your queen at the end. After knight e5, bishop e5, bishop e5, there is a queen to take back. But still there is idea of long castle. Still there is f4. Yeah. Then maybe getting rook h1, bishop f3, pawn e5, and then kind of wildly pushing the pawns on in the center. Yeah.
Yeah, we have the final game to cover in this tournament, and this is Arjun Erigaisi against Shamsidin Vohitov.
Oh, we seemingly have
Very
kind
close,
of close structure.
yeah, structure, yeah.
Structure. But we can assume it wasn't the same opening because yeah, let's have a look. But it looks a bit the same. But where is like squared bishop? There is bishop b5 and bishop d7. I would say the exchange. Yeah, but on this Benoni structure, we don't see bishop exchanging that fast. So let's have a look from the beginning, and we can see
Oh wow!
classical
How
Spanish
they reached this
Ruy Lopez
position?
position.
Wow!
So knight f6, castle d6, c3, bishop to d7, and d4. Arjun Erigaisi decided to go for pawn to g6. So rook to e1, bishop g7, h3, castle, knight to d2, takes, and okay. Knight to b4 offering the trade. The bishop exchange, the raise knight to f1, c5, a3, and then d5. Okay, that's how we reached that structure.
Interesting, right? This obviously looks like a d4 pawn structure,
Yes.
but it comes from e4, e5, and it's so important to learn pawn structures as well, alongside to the openings. All right, we do have actually the poll going on in our stream. So guys, the question is, who has more chances to extend the lead? And we have 4 answers: Abdusattorov, Pragg, Arjun, or Parham. So go ahead, guys, and vote for it. So far, we have 178 votes. We're gonna vote too. It's gonna be 1+. So Parham and Arjun are playing against each other. Abdusattorov plays against Aravin, and Arjun plays against Vohidov, right?
Yes.
What are our votes? Let's do the secret vote. Yeah, let's do the secret vote.
Sure.
You give me the thumbs up and thumbs down.
So I would go, yes. You know my choice. You don't even have to, figure it out. It's like immediate.
You gave me the thumbs up to Abdusattorov without even go for it. I was actually thinking about Arjun, because Parham and Pragg are playing against each other. The chances to make a draw in this match is huge.
Huge, yeah.
And Abdusattorov, I'm not so sure about his opening choice. I don't know about that.
Structurally, he looks good.
Yeah, and then we have Arjun, whose opponent has 1 point.
I mean,
today.
Arjun is
But he has the
playing
black
with
pieces.
Yes, playing with
Yes.
black pieces. And considering after opening, I mean, it still looks really nice to me. I mean, white seems very stable, very comfortable structure to go on. And yeah, unless he makes some kind of big mistakes, it seems he can handle. And to get draw with white color, I would say it's not much, yeah. And besides that, by the way, in the points, Abdusattorov has half point more than Arjun already.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna think. I'm gonna be voting, but it will be a secret vote from you guys. So already 200 voters, and by the time you guys hear about this voting, probably we're gonna have more votes. We do have 15 minutes delay because of the fair play regulations, and this tournament is a part of FIDE circuit, so it should be according to the FIDE regulations. And also we do have very interesting time control situation in this tournament. In the Masters, we do have classical one with 90 minutes for 40 moves with 30 seconds increment for each move and additional 30-minute increment after 40 moves. But in the futures and the challengers, we do have classical chess control with 90 minutes for 40 moves, 30 seconds for each move, but without increment after 40 moves. So that's a bit of difference here in times control.
Yes. And as we were watching Shamsuddin's and Arjun game, and right now Arjun has an opportunity to actually shakes the game a little bit, and that is with pushing pawn to a5. On the first sight, it looks like he's giving up a pawn, but the thing is, after bishop a5, there is the knight e4 move. If rook takes e4, there is bishop a1. Takes. But white can continue with bishop takes b6, rook takes a3. He is gonna be, let's see, up an exchange for knight and a, oh no, wait a second, that's two knights.
Two knights.
That's two knights against rook. Rook and a pawn against two knights. That scenario is possible for Arjun to make, but I guess after b4, he's not getting another pawn, but bishop c3, queen h6 takes. White's attack is more clear here, and I would say even there is a take this bishop d4 move. So Arjun is considering whether to go this line, which doesn't look for him ideal. So that a5 sacrifice wouldn't work out, and he's looking actually.
Yeah,
looking
this
at
is
the
his
board.
way of thinking, as you have seen in the other rounds too. He likes to just look in the air, not on the board. But it doesn't necessarily mean that he's not thinking. But very often, chess players at this level, they don't need a chessboard to play
Yes.
full game, good quality game.
Exactly. So, okay, so we have completed
Yeah,
H2.
let's now take a look at the Challengers tournament. We have some time to do that. And we can actually go one by one and check it out what is happening.
So, okay, in the first board, we can see Vitaly Sivuk playing against Andrew Hall. And, okay, we can see that H5 decision by Andrew Hall, which is, the game is going to go dynamic, but
I like
look,
that.
look at the time. Look at the time. 30 minutes down. So which means
I think he was just late for the game and he started
late for the game?
late. I don't know. I'm not sure. I feel like.
Yeah, but according to the moves we have, he thought almost 19 minutes for his bishop e6 move.
Oh, wow.
But the opening looks to me interesting. Let's go back and let's check. So Vitaly Sivuk decided to go for c4, English opening. And I was about to say we have seen some transformation to Catalan, but Andrew went for d4 move and knight to c6. e5 takes, e4.
Ooh. E4.
e4.
All right, that's interesting.
So knight to g5 takes, and here pawn to h5. I guess Andrew was within his home preparation, but from the time we found out that it was not a surprise for Vitaly Sivuk. He knew the lines. He immediately responded with rook e1, knight c3, d3, and pawn to f3, which is a strong move. But he found that move very, very quickly. And after bishop e6, bishop e3 was done. Well, let's have a look. Did we have any other ideas for white? Rook e1 seemingly natural move to me. Knight c3 seems another natural, followed by d3. Every single move seems quite natural move to play with white color.
Yeah. What has done nothing wrong but to capture the pawn, right?
Yeah.
Just extra pawn. All right, how dangerous this attack can be? Actually, we have black to move. And here we are back. This is UzChess Cup 2025. We have elite chess players battling it out for 121,000 USA dollars and also the points to qualify to the FIDE Candidates Tournament. We have a few of the well-known faces on the screen. You can see Arjun, who is the first seeded player in the event. You can see Vasily Ivanchuk, a legendary chess player, walking in the playing venue. We can see 2 times challenger of the world champion Yanni Pomnishi, Parham Maksodlu. We have Sindarov as well. And in the very end of the video, we do have Pragg, who is the number 4 at this moment in the world. And now Richard walks into the video. We will not end to name all these players because they are quite well known and you probably already know about them already. So point being that this is one of the strongest chess events in the calendar. It is a closed tournament. Only invited players can play in the Masters tournament, and 1 player who wins the challengers will get the right to play in the Masters tournament next year. And we also have other tournaments, futures and challengers. We were talking about the first board on the challengers, which we have Hong Andreo, one of the leaders, and he has quite interesting idea to sacrifice the pawn against his opponent Vitali Sivuk. And currently we were talking about this position. We have 1 more move ever since we left this one.
Look at that, and that is castle.
First you play h5, you want to attack the king, and then you say, no thanks, I'll castle my king, and then
We have
carry on.
Yes, king h1 and rook e8. But we still can see that Vitaly Sivuk is not surprised. He's still going with the line, but we can see black has some nice position.
Have you ever acted that you are not surprised, but you are surprised? I have. I have acted like that so much that I played so fast and obviously got very bad position because, you know, when you're surprised, you have to think a little bit.
If you're surprised, more or less, it's going to be shown in your emotion. It's not like you're surprised because it is like something different, something new to you. You're surprised that you just kind of consider this is not that ideal move, that you don't commonly say that move, and you try to consider the idea for the opponent. Yeah, yesterday we saw that in Nepo's face, you know. He was like, oh, all right, okay, you know.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, Nepo likes very much to impress himself. I think he also likes to mislead his opponents. We know that Hikaru likes to mislead his opponents while he's thinking. All right, this is very interesting game, but we have more interesting games in this tournament.
It turns out on challengers we have battle of 2 Uzbekistan players, and black is up 2 pawns, but his e6 pawn is under threat. Whoa, that's an interesting line. Let's have a look. How did we reach to this game? We have e4, e6, knight f3, d5, knight c3, knight to f6, e5, knight d7, and d4. So we had French opening, c5, knight e2, knight c6, c3, bishop a7, a3. So far, I would say they are within the main line. Castle and knight to f4. Looking at the time, it still looks like it is within Muhyiddin Madamino's preparation because he has 1 hour and almost 33 minutes. Yeah, it's not below 1.5 hours yet. While Muhammad Zohid Suyarov with black color has 40 minutes. There is almost, what, 50-minute difference in the...
Oh my goodness, that's a lot actually for the start. I kind of have a feeling that some players were just late today for the game because how can you spend so much time at the opening, right? Or there are some players who just like to think,
There's a knight f4, queen a5, b4. It was played really fast. because after take bishop d3, you're giving up 2 pawns right there. Wow.
Was it a blunder actually? Because like, look at this after b4.
Yeah, computer doesn't like it, but look at Muhyiddin Madaminov's time, you know?
Yeah, you cannot take it back because bishop takes with a check.
Bishop takes b4, yes. And your rook is pinned.
Yeah, but also I can't believe this is a blunder, as it is just one move basically, right?
Yes.
B takes, and you can take it back in one.
And he pretty much plays fast as bishop d3 move, takes, and queen c2, and f5, rook to b1. Wow. Wow, he's about to play even pawn to g4, I would say. I mean, if e6 is protected, he's hitting e6, but once he defends e6 with knight to b6 move, there is g4 upcoming, hitting that f5, hitting
I
that
like
h7.
that. You know what? I think I just realized what White has played. There was like few occasions when actually I played the opening that my coach prepared for me, and the engine was saying, no, you have worse position. But I knew the idea. And now if the White's idea is to play g4 somewhere to open up the king side, look at these strong knights on the king side, bishop and queen also targeting. This might be a very, very strong preparation as well.
Yes, looks like it. Looks like it. But at the same time, to neutralize all White's attack, there is the queen a4 move, which would trigger trade of the queens, which looks like after take, queens got out of the board, and it's rather easy game and defense for black, I would say.
Did you think that he now might take on f5 and take on d5 maybe?
Yes, that's possible, but what if you just don't respond for a while and hit his d3 pawn? But I mean, it still looks double-edged, but considering queens are out of the board, I would say it's easier to play. You cannot take e6 now because the rook is skewering everything. So, yeah, b2 pawn came in, a3 is dropping.
Yeah, very, very interesting.
I mean, black would be, I would say black is kind of managing if he goes for a queen trade.
Do you know why rook b1 was played the last move? Here, rook b1, it's not necessarily means that he wants to play rook b5 to chase the queen or attack the queen, but he avoided knight to b4. Yeah. If you played g4 here,
immediately
you have to give up your exchange because you don't want to give up your light square bishop.
But
if you give up your light square bishop,
it's possible to give up the exchange because your all pieces are ready pointing at the king. You know?
So after queen to a1?
Queen to a1, you just take, your rook is ready to get in. Yeah. You're hitting d5, you're hitting e6. That would be good as well. Yeah, on the first side, it looks bad. It looks bad. But I would say maybe immediately g4 is not ideal. Maybe there are some other moves, some other tactical motives. Maybe first even hitting that queen to b6, hitting that d6 one. But what is even interesting to me is going to bishop g5. Like letting him take your pawn because your queen is still on a5, which means you are giving up that bishop, but you have the idea of knight takes d4.
That's a bit crazy.
Yeah.
And you don't have much of the squares here.
If he goes back, takes, yeah. The idea is while you're going to h6, once knight is out, you have that knight f3 moves, just entering the game, hitting the king.
Oh, God.
And look at that, you have more than enough pawn for the piece. You have 4 pawns.
I would say this is one way to get a fair play check. When you play bishop d5, sacrifice the piece just like that. Oh my goodness, that's
your
crazy.
idea is taking that knight, or taking that bishop.
Yeah, just like that.
Simplifying.
Very simple.
No, I mean, I wouldn't say simply, but simplifying the game. Bishop takes, and yeah, you gotta figure out here this takes, which is you're hitting this knight, hitting this knight. Yes, after take. Seems like black is managing all right as well. But yeah, bishop g5 is kind of very smart, crazy idea.
It is an amazing idea.
So rook b1, yeah. Stopping any ideas that
black
is upcoming.
To move 35 minutes.
I would say rook b5 might be the idea. Yeah.
But also we have to take into consideration in this game that there will be no increment.
No increment.
For after 40 moves.
No additional time. Increment 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Still added.
Yeah, 30 seconds increment is still there, but no increment after 40 moves.
Yes. No additional. 30 minutes. So yeah, let's move on and have a look at other games. At the third board, we can see Begim Dokirjanova playing against the leader, Nicholas Theodoru. And
We should start from the beginning because this game is funny.
okay,
Let's do it from the beginning.
So e4, c5,
Yeah.
knight f3, knight c6, c3, e5. Oh, yeah, not letting any d4s. Bishop c4, knight to f6.
Allowing knight g5. White goes knight g5, but black plays d5.
Takes.
Knight takes, and queen h5.
Whoa.
Checkmate in one move is never a bad idea.
G6,
g6, then queen f3
queen
again,
f3.
attacking to f7.
Takes, knight to d8. Ah, an interesting line. Castle, queen trade, and yeah, queen moving away. Not doing anything. Bishop e6, bishop going back to e4, queen f6, and pawn to d3.
And queen to e7. I'm sorry, what is happening in this game? It is totally crazy to me.
Yes. The queen is kind of out early, and both sides got their queen out early. Look at that. The white doesn't have his rook.
I have to admit that today I love the games in the challengers more. So interesting, right? All the sacrifices.
They are not going typical lines. They are not going safe. There are some different interesting lines. Yeah. And queen f5 moves back, bishop e4, queen f6, d3. I mean, queen e7 has an idea that is just trapping the bishop next move. I mean, not necessarily trapping, attacking the bishop next move. So we have seen f4. We can either see exchange or bishop developing to h6. And I earlier wondered whether black's pawn should be on g7 or g6 when she did queen h5 move. When Begim did queen h5 move, I was like, should you go queen h5 or should you try queen f3?
Right away.
But I guess, or do we have some take at queen f3 moves, that is typical in e4 ui variation? Yeah. Or just protect it for a moment, just d3, protect it. I also kind of considered maybe d4 first, which protects. And if e takes d4, that would be a dream. You just castle and you just go rook e1.
Yeah.
There are several moves were into consideration, and Begim decided to go for queen h5 and queen f3. And the game looks, I would say, still
very interesting. Very, very interesting. I really don't know why queen went to e7. This is a bit mysterious move.
I mean, pushing pawn f5, I would say.
That was an idea. And now after that, white just played f4.
And his queen is out of any attacks as well,
You know what's like, it is very important how the players feel right now. We see Begim walking, she's very confident. And after all these threats, checkmate threats in one move few times, I kind of have a feeling that she feels very comfortable in this position, very confident.
Black is managing all right as well. And Nicholas Theodore made that
bishop to h6.
Yes.
Pinning the pawn.
Yes.
Now what white can do is white has to move the queen. Like you can play g3, it's too passive. To
Probably
keep
queen to g3.
Yeah, queen to g3.
f2 seems like you blocking your own way off the rook. Yeah.
And let's see what happens after bishop takes on f4. If we have a trade of the pawns on f4 and the bishops.
Quite nice. I mean, white's idea would be simple to get his knight out.
Knight d2, maybe knight f3, knight g5.
Yes, and getting the rook in.
Yeah.
Very nice, and it would be a smooth game if trade happens, but I would assume what Nicholas is planning is pushing pawn to f5 and getting knight to f7, yeah. Or even there is an idea of if bishop f3 pushing pawn to c4. In case of take, there is pushing pawn to e4, making that bishop a bit passive. And in case of bishop e2, you can take that pawn because you have this check and just get the piece back what you just sacrificed. This looks nice for
looks
black.
Very nice, yeah.
Okay, so
interesting game. I think we can just carry on to see other games as well and come back later on.
On the board number 4, we have Vakilov Jahongir playing against Ma Kun. And let's have a look. D4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4. Oh, there is a second game already that is going in a names of variation on an e3 as well. We have seen in Prague's game, yeah?
It was in the Masters. It was Pragg, Parham against Pragg. Yeah.
Parham against Prague.
Yeah.
Castle, bishop to d2, d5, h3, bishop going back to e7, knight to f3, c5. Okay, it looked like a bit Tarash right now.
It looks like a Tarash.
Takes, b4, and takes. So black has isolated pawn. Bishop e2.
Are you team isolated pawn or versus isolated pawn?
Depends. If I'm with white, I'm fine with having isolated pawn. With black, I would preferably don't.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the colors and depends on my structure. There are several plans, actually, several ideas I've learned with playing isolated pawn, and that was usually with white. Maybe there is my mind is linked to that. If I have isolated pawn with white, I know the ideas, I know several ideas, so how to crush, I can kind of manage, optimize. But if I'm with black,
You cannot do the same?
Yeah, I mean, probably you can do the same, but structurally I play different with black, so
Okay.
maybe it doesn't fit the structure. But usually, considering I am more of a positional player rather
so
than
you
dynamic.
like against.
Yes,
against
I like
as well.
against. Yeah. And as I know, after the more you exchange the pieces, the more that isolated pawn becomes weaker and weaker. And in the end game, it's like advantage already.
Yeah.
So bishop e2, a5, takes, knight c6, knight a5, and we have seen knight to b5 move. Well, what was the idea? It's like
Also play knight f to d4, I guess.
maybe, and I would say maybe your bishop on d2 looked so bad. Maybe to get that into
Bishop c3.
and we can see knight c4, bishop getting to c3, knight to e4, bishop finding its square on d4, quite nice. Bishop to g4, a4, okay. Bishop to f6. After bishop f6, of course you cannot take with the queen because you're giving up the pawn. You have to take with knight f6, after which we have seen queen to d4. I mean, white position looks quite nice, and we can see slowly positional advantage on the board because that isolated pawn to me looks weak.
It looks like white managed to control this isolated pawn, so it's blocked and not pushed. Also, the pieces are more spread over the board, so they have more space. I think another idea what white can do here is to try to trade as much pieces as possible. Like to find a way to trade the light square bishop would do a great job here. Knight to a5 wants to play knight b3.
Well,
oh, you dropped the bishop on e2. You dropped knight b3.
I thought when you said knight to a5, I was like, what are you mentioning? Knight to e5?
No.
So yeah, there is black is threatening knight to b3, so we can expect white moving with his queen and guarding that square. I would say the most natural looks to me queen to b2, but it's gonna get hit with knight to c4. Another line queen b4 is getting hit by knight to c6. But the question is how I'm gonna wanna get hit and how I'm gonna place my pieces, and how I want your pieces to be placed. Because what I like about queen to b4 is your pieces are going a little bit back. So that point is kind of, I'm satisfied with that point. If I go to queen to b2.
I like that move as well, queen to b2, because it guards the bishop.
It guards the bishop, but
and after knight c4, maybe now we can find a better square for the queen.
Well, to a2, still being protected. But you're under the pin, so it doesn't look like nice to me.
Yeah, knight b6 or some sort of moves like that.
And the thing is, even if you go with the queen away to any square, the third consideration is like just keep it on queen to f4. That would be the search. You are giving that b3 square away, but where he's heading from b3 square. But yeah, queen looks a bit strange on f4. So I would say maybe queen going to either b2 or b4 would be much better choices. But so which one do you prefer? What do you say?
I think there is this little nuance that black will chase the queen
Yes.
away, and we need this queen in the end to end up somewhere on b2 or a2. So how we do that?
I like this queen b4 slightly better, maybe. Okay,
No,
let's move one more. If knight a5, then maybe queen to a3 or a2.
Queen a2. Yeah.
It's like the same situation as we have seen with queen b2, but you're just one tempo ahead.
Yeah, and the knight is covering the
Knight is-
file. Queen is getting the bishop controlled. And
Yes.
next move, I want to play knight e5 now.
Yeah, that's possible.
yeah,
Or just
that's
h3 maybe. h3 and knight maybe
Yeah.
d4. But I'm not sure on knight being exposed just on e5.
You know what? I've been told that when you're playing against the isolated pawn, you have to attack the isolated pawn. You don't have to block the isolated pawn. So it always stuck in my head, and very often I just ignore the
okay.
blockade in it, allowing to be pushed. And if I have a choice, my first initial choice will be not to play knight d4 somehow. I don't know. But of course, everything just needs the calculation. But this kind of, let's say, rules or something that you have been told from the coach or you have played earlier helps you to make decision faster. So you don't necessarily need to calculate for each move, right?
Yes.
Otherwise, you will be just super tired and you will lose all your time.
I mean, the way I play against isolated pawn is a lot more simple. It's like you just ignore that isolated pawn for a while. Yeah, you don't care. You shouldn't care, and you just go and simplify the games. Yeah, exchange the pieces, keep your attack going. And the closer you get to the end game, the more that pawn becomes
Then it comes to your
liability for the
your
opponent. Yeah, and then you're like, yeah, you go for it. The weakness is clear. You just make sure your opponent doesn't have any plan or counter attack in the meantime. That's why just when you go to knight to d4 block, it's like, what is exactly black's plan? He cannot make, usually when you are pro isolated pawn, you want to make a plan around it. You want to make it serve as a kind of gate for the attack.
Yeah. Yeah, I like isolated one. It gives me a lot of space.
Yes, but yeah, if opponent blocks your ideas and kind of you run out of idea, it's like
Then I'm
it's a weakness,
defending
yeah.
as there's no tomorrow. I'm guarding this poor pawn, usually. We do have one last game, very interesting game to cover in the challengers, and this is Ninja Apasov against Vasil Ivanchuk. And let's take a look what is happening here.
Okay, it looks Benoni style, but I would say maybe slightly Benko-ish game did we have. So let's have a look from the beginning. d4, knight f6, knight f3, g6, g3, b6. Oh, yesterday you mentioned me about your friends getting their bishops, all four bishops, Pianchetto,
Yes,
and we can
my
see
colleagues who don't know chess.
and we can see Ivanchuk, Pianchetto, both of his bishops. One is from g6, one is from g7, another from b7. Quite interesting. Bishop g2 here.
Instead of b6, I have also seen b5 in some blitz games.
Oh yeah, that is usually the ideas to stop any c4 ideas.
Yeah, so you want to play bishop e7 next move, and you are just taking advantage of the fact that white has not played c4. And after a4, which is a very logical move here, you go this pawn even further, and you play b4. Yes. So this can be the whole other type of game.
Yes.
But Ivanchuk decided to go b6 in that position. Or I think he's just waiting a little bit, and he will transpose to some kind of so Indian lines.
Okay, yeah, we have seen that c5, d5, b5 opening. It reminds me of one of the game. I just cannot recall exactly whose game it was. Initially b6 followed by b5.
In this event?
In this event, yes.
Yes, we had a game like that. And we even said that you don't really expect that to happen. It was, I think, about two rounds ago.
Yes, I did mention some e4, knight h4. Wait. It was maybe Parham's game against Arjun. Yeah, because there was a way to give up. Oh, whose game we had that knight on h4? Because that was either Nicolas Tidoru, because Tidoru is
No,
kind of
it was a masters
master game.
because we had Jan Pomnishi here, and he said I will not comment about knight h4 here.
So yeah, that was that knight h4. It
Yeah.
kind of looks similar structure. Okay, castle, we have here, and rook to e1. And why I mention it, because I do remember mentioning e4 move in our previous streams, and after knight e4, rook e1, getting momentum for white after knight d6. It's even just take. There is bishop g5 move. White doesn't have a clear win, but white has a clear attack. F6, bishop goes back. Yeah. The idea is like you're getting your pieces out so fast, you're making opponent's pieces look so bad. Yeah. It's knight bd2, queen b3, castle. Yeah. Game looks so nice with white. Yeah. I mean, you are down a pawn. Yeah. Castle here. Yeah, you're pushing. So the king moves away, maybe. Oh well. You're hitting, and yes. So yeah, by the time queen to b6, rook e7, and white is simply kind of already, we can see he got his pawn back. He's pushing for the win. So yeah, that kind of e4 sacrifice ideas. I'm not sure how common it is, but to my knowledge, it's very common, you know? Yeah.
Oh, you showed this?
Yes,
I
yeah,
remember,
exactly. And like, this looks to me so familiar. Yeah.
Some people watching our commentary, getting some fresh ideas.
Well, yes, but Nijat Abbas went for rook e1. He didn't dare to give up the pawn. So after b takes e4, then e4. He just went for simple positional, d6, knight d2, knight c4, yeah. Bishop d2, queen c2, rook to b1. He's playing really simple, stable. Yeah.
Look at Ivanchuk. This is so typical pose of him, just chilling there, thinking about the move. I think he just in general thinks a lot, and he very often has some issues on the clock.
I'm not sure. Yeah, on yesterday's game, both players were on time trouble within a minute. Yeah, on the clock, just a minute. And it depends. So far, Ivanchuk had one victory against Begim, and draw against Muhyiddin Madaminov. Oh, the interesting stat. Out of 4 games, 3 of them were with Uzbekistan players. Ivanchuk plays with 3 Uzbekistan players so far.
And scored 1.5 points, so 50% of it. Well, very interesting. Today we do have also quite challenging games for everyone in the Challengers tournament. Let's go back to the Masters, because we do have a lot of updates. And I think the first game we have to take a look is Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and Aravin. Obviously, one of the 2 leaders, wow. Abdusattorov.
We have seen long castle. I was thinking maybe after g3 he went for short castle, but it seems like after short castle, queen to d2, after knight f7, we have seen long castle. Wow. c5 takes, opposite.
I'm very surprised that he took on c6, because this exposed the position in the center. And when you have a castle, you don't do that.
But there is a
unless you're Abdusattorov, who just wants to win in every game, in every position.
I mean, there's an immediate position of that c6 pawn becoming weak after push c5, and d6 pawn itself becoming a backwards pawn. So there are those things Black has to figure out. So for that reason, I guess Abdusattorov went for.
You know, when you play moves like e5 and c5, you trust your opponent that they will not capture en passant. And it might be a reason that Aravin actually overlooked this.
No, I wouldn't say so, because.
Do you think he saw a c5 and he just
he went for it because in Dragon we have a common idea of sacrificing a pawn in the kind of main line, and here he's kind of turning that into same systematic game where he's gonna play d5 and keep up the pawn. Yeah.
All right, let's see. This is the current situation. Very sharp, very sharp game, and we do have the poll still running. We have 604 votes. You guys, it's already running for 1 hour, so go ahead and vote if you have not yet. And we have quite a votes here. A lot of people thinks that the Pragg and Abdusatro will keep the lead, as they are actually co-leaders after 4 rounds. And the question is also who has more chances to exceed the lead. Yeah, this is quite logical.
So
heard that.
Let's have a look how the game is unveiling in the game of João Christendorf against Richard Rapport, because it looks like White got a really nice rook on a file and the 7th rank. Yeah, that is like fully guarding a file, getting to 7th rank, and I would say maybe even doubling up, getting to rook c7 and rook a7. Yeah.
Oh wow, looks really good.
Really, yes. And another idea is actually going to rook c7 and just c6, hitting that d6 pawn.
That's what I actually saw immediately, and I was thinking where to get this queen. So I want knight d2, knight c4 to go after this pawn, but rook c7, rook c6 is a shortcut to go after the pawn. Wow, how we get this position? Let's take a look.
Let's take a look. We stopped at e4, a6, common idea in Benoni system, a4, rook to b1, bishop to e2, queen to e7. I guess we looked around here, castle, and knight to c7. Look at e1, and we've seen b5. It's not that b5 is bad. It's like, what ideas do you have with black? You know, you have to do something.
Like, honestly, when my opponent plays b5, I'm already like, oh god, I'm gonna lose this game. But not necessarily here. Look at this. After b5, he just took and played rook to a7 next move.
Yes.
And it's already very nice position here.
Exactly.
Knight is pinned, you cannot play c4, knight c5.
So, yeah. And Richard Rapport went for pawn to b4.
Pawn to b4.
What do you say? Will Vachier make that idea of rook to c7?
Rook c7, rook to c6. I love that idea. I really love that idea.
He has 10-minute advantage on the clock as well. Over 10-minute advantage.
But there, like, I think he will spend more time here because he has a lot of other things too. Like, for instance, to play bishop to d1 here.
d1.
To look for a4 square, and to play e5 as well next move somewhere.
Yes.
This is one way.
I was thinking of maybe after rook c7, maybe some e5 ideas as well.
You have to play b5.
Or rook c7 and e5 ideas as well. So let's say pawn to b3.
Yeah.
But there is a way to guard rook to b6 as well, against rook c6.
What's the...
Yeah, actually, I would say maybe it's still possible to go for rook c6. What do you say? Because it's opening up.
Yeah.
Or before you do e5, maybe you just move the bishop away.
I feel this bishop is just on my way.
Yes.
And I suggested bishop to d1 earlier because it gives me also this extra opportunity of bishop a4 and
rook c6. Maybe.
Yes, or even bishop c6 there to control fully that side. There is also this kind of very interesting ideas to play bishop g5 there to provoke f6.
Yeah, that
to
looks
weaken
nice,
yeah.
yes.
A lot of ideas here. I think Sindara will spend some time and enjoy the moment.
Yes, I mean bishop f6 is possible. I guess maybe that's why you wouldn't willing to go for bishop g5 unless you want to trade bishops.
Yeah.
Sinaro's position looks quite nice here.
Yeah.
Positionally, he's slowly turning the game to his side. But whoa, look at that. In Shamsuddin and Arjun Erigai's game, the game turned a lot more wild, especially on the queen side, I would say. Just look at the pawns.
Oh, wow. How they reached that position.
So going back, we have seen queen d2 move. Oh, so Arjun Erigais went for a5 move. I thought he's considering it, but do you remember we have seen that 2 knights against rook variation?
Yeah, it was very long variation.
Yes,
I was like, oh my God, this is the longest variation.
And he went for that line, but Shamsuddin decided not to take. He went for knight to g3, a4, pawn to b4. Okay, just relatively close. Nice game. Queen to d3, rook to e1, and knight to d2. Okay, his last move was actually a mistake, that is giving up e5 square for black, which allows him to push c4 next.
c4 is a key point here.
And
like he's on time to push that one.
Yes, another plan is pushing h5, h4, kicking that knight out, and then making threat on here. Black's bishop would either be really active if kind of white decides to trade that, to trade his bishop for a knight, which wouldn't be good to make if you move away with your queen. Queen to, say,
f1, e2. I think c4 is still the move there.
Yes. But besides that, it turns out, if queen c2, you can put your queen under the pin. So maybe queen to e3. Yeah. c4 is still the move, and yeah, knight to d3 is coming, and it's very stable square for black's knight. So yes, the last move by Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave was a mistake for those reasons. Mainly, it's giving away outpost square.
Yeah, 95 is on the board and hitting the queen. No matter what white does, I think black's next idea is to play c4 to create this pass pawn, which is guarded, which is a huge advantage in any end game, in any middle game, to have an outpost on d3, and then to have some kind of attack on the king side. Also quite interesting development in the game of Jan Nepomniachtchi and Nodirbek Yakuboev.
Okay, so let's go back to where we stopped, and I see that pawn on a4. I'm kind of satisfied to see this pawn on a4. It's really nice. It separates those pawns together, and I see f3 move. Wow. After take, that e3 pawn looks to me weak, so I would say Nodirbek's game looks quite nice, because I already can notice 2 weaknesses on white's position. Of course, there is one weakness on black's as well, that is c7 pawn. So, but let's go back. Okay, so we have knight d2 move, queen c8, that's where we stopped, e3, knight f5, queen c2. Okay, there was an immediate a4, rook d8 move first, and after bishop b2, there was a4 anyways. So I was actually...
I love that move. Creating b3 square
and
for the bishop, or for the knight, can also go a3 is blocked. I love that move.
So rook f1, knight to d6, knight e4, and getting to b3 square, exchanging the knight. So a bit confusing, but the question is, should there be exchange or not? I always ask, what's my kind of long-term goal? Of course, after exchange, it is easier to play, it's simpler. But if you keep the pieces on the board, you make it a little bit difficult to yourself.
Yeah, because they're struggling.
No, you make it difficult for your opponent as well, So how much who can bear? Yeah, I evaluate that way. If I think my opponent would struggle in coordination compared to me, and I would say, all right. It goes the same way when I say I'm kind of wasting one move, but wait a second, that could be a prophylaxis, that would result in opponent wasting 2 moves. It looks like even wasted move is kind of smart move, in that situation. And here, the decision was rather simple. It was just an exchange, bishop a2, bishop going back to d5, and we have seen d4 mistake. Although d4 looks to me quite natural, that is hitting on e5 pawn. And it seems like what Jan missed, but I'm not sure if he missed, or I'm not sure if he did consider and he thought it's fine, that's f5 and e4 move. which
Okay.
would make your bishop just blocked.
Oh, that's not the best bishop.
Yeah. So d4 would be fine as long as there is no e4, and it looked like there is no e4, but after f5 there is e4.
Yeah. Okay. White's idea was actually to play f3, and that's what he played. And we have a couple more moves. Bishop takes now, and it is Yakubov thinking. Yeah, I think if we don't consider the first game against Arjun, Yakubov has pretty nice opening choices in all the matches. He has no issues whatsoever, but has a slightly pleasant position.
Yes.
All right, before we head to our first break, I think we have to come back to the game of Sindarov and Rapport, because we do have there one new move, and this is bishop to g5.
Yes.
Provoking the f6 move.
I mean, it's mentioning mistake, but it looks quite logical.
No,
So
no,
computer is a bit harsh. So it's
Yeah.
even, let's say, on computer's evaluation, you make a mistake that's worth 0.5 point.
Yeah.
It's a mistake for him.
Well,
Yeah.
the thing is that it is very important to know the language of the engine. What does it mean this? It's not something to panic. But I remember I had a big issue with my grandmother when she was watching my games on chess.com, and she's like, why you blundered? And I didn't blunder anything. It's not a blunder. It has a question mark. A lot of people know it's a bad move, but it's not a bad move. It's one of the key moves here.
Yes.
Maybe not the best move, but one of the key moves.
The goal is simple. You provoking f6, and after which you're going back, and now you got that e6 outpost square, and besides that, you blocked opponent's bishop.
Yeah.
So you achieved a certain mission here with bishop g5 move.
Exactly. And the very final game, we have to take a look. Parham and Pragg. We have not seen that game for a long time.
Wow,
And this is
an interesting
the
development.
leaders board.
Yes. So let's go back to where we left off. So knight to e2, castle, castle, rook e8, rook e1, knight to c6, a3. There wasn't, and yes, a3 was played, and bishop went to f8. After exchanges, it's that similar structure we earlier mentioned. Bishop e3, knight f4, bishop to g7. Wow, I like Parham's idea actually. So because I'm more positional player, I want to create weaknesses on my opponent's camp, and he went for bishop to b5 and bishop takes c6. If queen c6, you're going with the momentum. Rook to c1 and
c5.
yes, you're hitting that d5 pawn, and
Queen b3 is there
exactly,
too.
exactly. So to avoid all those things, Pragg decided to just take with the pawn, which is creating a backwards pawn for him. But he has a bishop pair as a compensation for that. So knight to d3, we have seen bishop f5, knight to c5, and pawn to h6. I would say it's quite nice and easy to play with white. Yeah. Black has to come up with some dynamic plans. So Parham has to be aware of that and take care accordingly.
I'm sure he enjoys his game. The way how he's thinking, probably, oh, I like my position. I should treat my knight well on c5. And he totally enjoys to play chess. And let's see what will be the continuation of this game. It is a very interesting day for us. Somehow now it turned out that the Masters tournament also got really sharp. Earlier they started a little slow, but here we are. And on top of that, when the player's gonna have low time on the clock, it will be even more fun for us. So guys, thanks very much for watching us. We're gonna take now our first break, and we'll be back shortly with more commentary. This is round 5 at UzChess Cup 2025. Coming back, this is the 5th round of UzChess Cup 2025. Here in the studio, Katy and Shah analyzing the games for you. We have so many exciting games. We were in the playing venue on the break, and
just now.
it's so magical feeling there. And we were just talking that I really want to play this event. I know it is really big and challenging for players like me to play in this event, because we have actually top players from the world, but it feels so good to play there. I don't know, it's very magical atmosphere there.
It feels amazing. Yeah, it's a kind of chill comfort. Your mind is like, you don't think about anything, but just kind of you are there, you're in present,
Yeah, what I noticed was a bit of traffic of people walking. They're walking a lot. That's really funny. All right, we're back and we have to take a look at the games, but we do have also new pool happening, running in on YouTube broadcast. And the question is, what result are you rooting for today? And we have 4 options: fighting chess all around, a huge upset, clean positional win. I think this was your idea. You would vote for that. Or queen sacrifices. That's the question, guys. Let us know what you think you want to see today in this round. What do you want to see?
You know already what
Clear
I want.
positional wins.
Yes.
I cannot vote to that. We have one voting tab open.
It could be fighting chess all around as well, because okay, if you look at Parham's and Pragg's game, it seems like chill, smooth game. But once we jump into Richard Rapper's game against Vachier-Lagrave, we can see a little bit wild thing happening here.
Yeah.
There was bishop g5 move and bishop f6, and Sindarov decided to go for e5.
Oof, look at that.
This is both positional and dynamic move at the same time.
I love that. I love that. Okay, let me vote fighting chess all around. And we can go to dive in this position.
d6, I mean, yeah, even 0.3 point mistake, that is computer is considering mistake. Yeah, 0.3 difference, but the best move is thinking computer first go bishop h6, then d6. But more or less, it looks to me the same. First going to d6 and then bishop h6. Maybe the difference could be where that the rook's gonna place itself. Yeah, it's not clear, and then d6, queen to d8. It's immediately wild move of bishop. c4, knight g5, hitting on f7. Wow. So I don't know, it looks quite nice, but what exactly is the difference? Let's have a look one more time. Bishop h6, let's see, bishop g7, d6, queen to d8. I don't know what's the difference. Let's see. Why so huge difference? The reason is because once the queen is on d8, he can have counterattack of queen to b6.
Attacking the rook.
But it doesn't seem to me a huge deal. You just move away with your rook. Well, what's the big deal with that? Yeah, I would say the engine is very, very harsh here. Like, I wouldn't even consider d6.
At some point, we have to turn this off. I guess it just bothers us so much.
Yeah. It's not even maybe 0.2 difference, maybe I would put. Like, it's not even like dubious move, you would say, It's not even like interesting. It's an interesting, maybe it's kind of one of the best move I would put. Yeah, it looks to me strong. It looks to me ideal. Yes.
Yeah, very interesting sequence that actually Sindarov has played, starting with bishop to g5, bishop f6, and he goes e5, a strong move. After pawn takes the pawn, knight cannot take, bishop cannot take. Yes. And if bishop takes on g5, let's also analyze that line. After this move, we have knight takes on g5. You cannot do that, queen is hanging. If queen takes on e5, then we have bishop to g4 and hitting the queen and the knight at the same time, and black is losing the piece. If pawn takes on e5, we have very similar position. We still have d6 now, and knight can jump on e4 later on to go after f6.
Why I said that e5 and d6 was positional, because you're also opening up your bishop. Suddenly your closed bishop is one of the most dangerous and open bishop that might be key piece in getting the victory with white. Yes.
Exactly. After queen to d8, now we have bishop to h6, winning some time here because the rook is hanging on f8. And if black moves the rook on e8, this is the only square.
C4.
Bishop c4.
And followed by knight to g5. Wow, I like white's game so much.
How about queen d5?
That's also
to
possible.
go after
yes.
f7 move, f7 pawn.
Yes, that's also possible. Any move. And if bishop b7, I would say I would take and go that queen d5.
Yeah,
I would do
look at that.
Yes.
Look at that. Look at that. And I think Sindarov in his phase when he has a better position, he knows he has better position, he always walks a lot.
Yes.
And look at him now. We will barely see him on the board. Richard is in his thoughts. Well, okay, after bishop to h6, perhaps rook e8 is not the best move, but what else black can do there?
Another thing black can do is just give up that rook, you know. All other options leading to giving up an exchange and hoping that extra pawn for the exchange would be enough to survive the game. And d6 pawn, I would consider here as a strong pawn because sometimes isolated pawn could be a weak pawn that has to be supported by other pieces. But here it's quite much kind of can be outpost for certain white pieces. Earlier I mentioned rook c7 if queen b6. Yeah. So yeah, it's quite nice. And possible d7 moves as well. Yeah, I mean, not an easy game for Richard Rappert. Yeah.
And he's making a move. He played a bishop to g7. We have actually not considered that move. It's quite a logical move.
Earlier it was into consideration and just bishop c4 move. Yes.
Yeah, we're keeping this bishop on h6. If you take the bishop on h6, I'm going to bring the queen on h6 with next straight knight to g5, checkmate in one move. First rook taking the rook d7, of course, to get rid of the knight. So that's quite nice.
And yeah, here take is possible, then knight to g5 and queen to d5. There is a way to play knight to e4 as well. So that's why although Sindarov's decision e5, d6 looked kind of dynamic, but it had huge positional motives.
Positional sacrifice, yeah.
For the positions. So it's squeezing that way.
So after bishop to g7, now we would expect bishop c4 to be played to look after f7 pawn, to go after f7 pawn. The rook on a7 is doing a great job controlling the 7th rank.
Yes.
Somehow the board is cut it in half, right? It's, everything is on the black side.
Yes. Yeah. And we do have another positional game. I mean, we have several positional games. The one that we saw against Parham, against Pragg was positional. And
wait, he's going to make a move, Sindarov. He took the hand, I think, towards the bishop on e2. And then he was not so sure, and he continued to think.
He's double considering, like, what else I can make. And another option is first take and then go to bishop c4. But if you go immediately bishop c4, you are giving the opponent kind of move away how you're going to move, because it's not easy to make a move with black. The only move I see would make some logical sense, either queen developing, b6 and attacking that, or bishop to b7. Yeah. Although bishop b7 also gives up the pawn. And I would say bishop c4 looks to me so natural, and it would be easy move for him to find, because he can take that e5 pawn back as well. Just opening up the rook immediately.
Exactly. And in the one move, we might take a time to go to the other game of Abdusattorov and Aravin. Abdusattorov is taking some lead in this game.
Let's have a look where we stopped. And we stopped right at this moment. And I thought there would be some trades happening. But it turns out Aravin went for bishop e6. Slightly mistake. I would say it's a maybe mistake because of keeping the pieces, and white's pawn on c5 is so stable, black's attack might not be that much clear. So knight e3, knight takes, e4. Yeah, I mean, white's pawn up realization could be turned into victory, maybe. Yeah, it is like, what would be black's compensation? His bishops are ideal, hitting over white's king side. I mean, queen side, technically, where the king is, but it's towards his king. So it's towards his king. And rook b8, we can expect this move coming as well. And, oh, not rook c8. Rook to b8.
Yeah, it's still some nice ideas, and of course the game is dynamic, so
okay,
black has its own ideas here.
And I would say maybe
b3 looks fine, yeah.
No,
but
maybe
I'm not so
after
sure.
rook b8, I mean.
Yeah, if b3, yeah, this is such a long file that you're opening. Yes. Yeah.
But at the same time, you kind of don't see black's any plan, you know. Let's explore king to b1, rook to b8, pawn just going to b3. There's no queen a5 move, you're guarding that a5 square. And there is c67. You're about to push as well, hitting.
Well, ideally you want to get the queen on f6, but the knight is there to control. Yes. So if you get this rid of knight, if you take bishop takes d5, queen takes d5, and after queen f6, there is this move bishop to d4, controlling the diagonal as well.
And after exchange, like everything ended, I would say, for black.
Exactly, coming then bishop to c4 to pin the knight as well. Any trade here will be in favor of white. Bless you.
Yeah, thank you.
And yeah, so this means that queen cannot really get on this diagonal that easily. After, I was just wondering, is that a move when you play b3? Can I just go a5, a4 in that line?
That's possible, but I guess you would be met with the idea we mentioned earlier, that's pushing pawn and hitting your queen and a rook. And where do you want to place your queen? That's a big question. You cannot go to c8, you're going to get forked. You cannot go to, maybe you can go to e8, that might be the only option.
But after queen e8, there is this knight c7.
Not even just pawn c7, you just block your own rook.
Yeah.
And there is, first of all, you're hitting that rook so that you don't give up a pawn on c6. But besides that, bishop c5 is coming, hitting the rook on f8.
There's also bishop c4 there. You cannot take the pawn on bishop c4 here after queen e8. Because you cannot take the pawn on c6, knight e7 is still a fork. And I want to play knight c7 here to win the bishop. But plenty of ideas.
You gotta be careful. This diagonal is still open. What I mean is, there is knight e5 move. If you go knight c7, there is knight c4 move.
Yeah.
And okay, if c5 was closed, there would be knight a3 checkmate even.
The point is that you have so rich position, you have many ideas, a lot of weaknesses for black's position, and of course after the calculation you will put all of this together and you will choose the most correct moves.
Taking pawn is even fine. Yeah, just kind of play smoothly. But here, of course, Abdusattor is thinking. He knows the game is double edges, the game is dynamic. He is calculating now.
Yeah, I like king b1 move, the suggestion that we have to get rid of.
It's also protecting a2 pawn so that you can move away your knight to f4. Yeah.
Exactly, and you want to play c6, next move c7. I also like move like bishop to
c4. Go in.
Bishop c4. I was thinking of between bishop e2, just a normal developing move, and also I was thinking like, what if I play bishop a6? Like, there is no way you attack this bishop. I'm blocking a pawn. I'm blocking c file.
But
there's takes and queen f6 now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Takes 6 and queen f6 and here rook b8 is coming and you're just dropping. You're just dropping a bishop.
So you don't really do that.
So yeah, maybe bishop e2 is also kind of another nice move. Just you develop, and because you know if rook b8 you have that b3. Yes, maybe you keep your king on c1, not on b1. That's also possible. And then you find go with a plan on the king side, with h4, h5. And of course, earlier mentioned plan knight f4 could be done as well. Yeah, in case of queen f6, there's still bishop d4.
Yeah, we can actually take a look to the other game as well to catch up with all the boards. And Jan Nepomniachtchi against Yakubov is very interesting.
Whoa,
position.
we have some moves on the board, and it seems like, yes, the bishop is still kind of struggling to get into the game. But look at his queen, look at his bishop, look at his pawn on b5. Wow. I mean, the pawn was already on b5, and black decided for some reason to play c6. So let's see, why c6, how c6, and how things turned out. Of course, it's guarding the knight. Okay, let's have a look, and we can see take. He will be hitting the bishop.
He took the pawn on c6. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he just took it.
So let's go back to
and b takes c as well.
To this moment. F3 takes, and c6 was played by Yakubov Nodirbek, and e4 we have found some traits, and knight takes e4, rook f8. Okay, and rook f8, quite interesting, and bishop to g5. So that's how we reached this position. And the last move, what black made, was a trigger for exchanging of the pawn. That was rook to a5.
Interesting move, rook a5.
I like
Having
rook
rook on the fifth rank.
I like it, yeah. It's like you are progressing in the game as black. Yeah. You are forcing opponent to take that pawn. Although there was bishop e2 as well, which is protecting so that there is no rook b5.
Bishop c1. Yeah, I always get the move earlier than the camera, I guess, which is so weird. So bishop c1 offering the bishop trade. Preferably black will keep the bishop on the board.
Because
bishop f6 go after d4 pawn.
Exactly. And this bishop for now wouldn't serve as defender or attacker yet. I mean, it has a move of bishop to d2, but from bishop d2 it's pointing at the rook, but once...
How am I going to defend the pawn on d4? What's the way?
I don't think there is a way. You can try with queen e4, guarding the pawn, but I would add another attacker with queen a7. So, okay, you can add your rook on
knight
d1,
c3.
and I do knight c3, and I win even more.
Yeah, Yakubov goes bishop to f6 very likely. Look at Nepo's face. He knows bishop f6 is a big problem.
Yes, bishop f6. We see that on the board. Let's see. Why Nepo was so kind of calm when he made that bishop c1 move? He was calculating.
Yeah, he sees something. He's something. And bishop d2, not even spending too much time at this point. He has already calculated. He plays bishop to d2 to attack the rook on a5, giving up the pawn on d4 with a check. We have to see what's happening after bishop to d4.
Yes, I mean, in the meantime, even rook b5, and then later he can take that pawn. But okay, immediate take, king goes to h1, and then rook to b5. Is he trying to take c6 pawn? Then, come on. I'm not sure, but we can just see if takes just you dropping the rook. The game is kind of turning really in a bad way. So you would be moving away with your rook, preferably to d1, hitting that bishop with some kind of discovery ideas. But the game looks like quite
he's keeping the eye on c6 pawn, right?
Yeah, but earlier, as I just said, you cannot just go and take that pawn, you know.
You have to first move the rook.
You have to.
Well, it's important to move this rook on d1, I guess, because if you move rook c1, then I have rook to d2, and I'm chasing rook to b2, chasing the bishop on d2, and then I have b5 square for the queen as well, if I want to.
Exactly, yes. And remaneuver the pieces. You just go back and c5. And of course, you're hitting the bishop. There's queen a8 ideas.
Yeah, this is his idea, rook d1. And basically, how are you going to defend the pawn on c6?
I mean, you can just go knight f6 and c5. Yeah.
Rook b5, rook d1, yeah.
Rook to d1, yes. D1. You cannot play immediate c5. So you can just go knight to f6. Let him take that pawn.
Then bishop is hanging.
Exactly. Still. So then the next move is c5. But interestingly, the computer has even smarter idea. So that is go to queen a8. Yeah. Just protect the pawn.
I don't like that move.
No, the idea is maybe just pushing c5 and the discovery looks
yeah.
very interesting, you know? It's checkmate discovery almost, yeah.
So we have the move on the board, and that is...
Let's see.
Yeah, bishop d4 and king to h1.
Let's see. I mean, Yakubov's decision, rook b5, is
How
very
about rook
better.
c5 here? To move the rook away on c file to guard the pawn on c6.
That's also possible, but you are giving up the b file for white to attack with rook a b1. Yeah. And then maybe you go back to rook here. b5. It's kind of a little bit wasted move, but it's one way of kind of guarding your pawn. Yeah. And here you have to find good square for your queen if you don't want to go for rook b5. And this is a bit not ideal, I would say. Let's say you have queen a8 that is kind of guarding your pawn one more time. But if you go to queen to a7, queen to a7 is technically possible, but on the back rank you have some weaknesses. White can go to queen to d6, hitting black's rook. So it doesn't look that much good. So, okay, so after king h1, Yakubov is taking his time, and Jan Nepomniachtchi is taking his walk, yeah.
It's like 28 minutes for
Yakubov,
few moves
Nodirbek.
only. 4 moves, right?
Yes, I mean, they would easily reach two.
Yeah, because yesterday, if Yakubov had more time on the clock, he would convert the position because he had a good position against Parham.
Yes.
Parham said in the interview that he was very, very confident when the time dropped down because he's very strong in blitz. He trained blitz especially for this event, and he plays a lot of online blitz as well. So he was very confident in that portion, and that's very nice, right? That the players have the strategies to this tournament, right? Or like any tournament. So in this game, 28 minutes is more than enough for next 4 moves. And I think Nodirbek just tried to play very fast after yesterday's game.
Yeah, I mean, the opening also turned out to be more natural and more positional one, this game. And now the game opened up, and we can see a lot of dynamics here.
Yeah, let's go back to the game of Sindarov and Rapport because we do have a few more moves, very important moves. Rook b6 has been played here in this position. White decided to take the bishop and knight to g5. This is a very powerful move. White's idea is to take on f7 with the bishop, and when bishop f7, rook f7, and knight e6 to win the queen. Yeah. This is a threat right now. The question is if black plays h6, how white will react with that?
I would say he can still take it. He can still takes.
And take on h6.
That's also possible, or take on e5 is also possible. Because there's a pin. Yeah.
Difficult. It's a quite difficult event for Richard, right? He's struggling a little bit. In this round, he was also struggling a little bit.
In the previous round?
Yeah, previous, and then we remember this knight versus bishop against
Abdesattorov, yes. Okay, Richard is thinking a lot more. Probably, I don't know, he's thinking of queen to f6 move, and he's considering the line. If he goes those moves, he's gonna take with queen, and if rook takes e5, he's considering this taking knight. If takes, but we know after d7 black is getting the piece, and the endgame we would see is queen against rook and a knight, but white is way much better. And the thing is, if Sindarov chooses that line, Sindarov can just simply avoid and keep things steady and positional with just knight d4 move and then queen d5 move. Yeah. and then maybe rook c7 move even. Yes, very stable, and then
You
taking
can get
on
another rook a1, rook a7 too.
that's also
All the
possible.
pieces are in the
Yes.
game.
And then just take on c5, but after which f7 just drops. Yeah. You can just keep going that way as well without allowing any counterattacking possibility, any even counterplay.
Yeah, I just remember one of the super tournaments that I played when I was a junior player. It was a close tournament with all the grandmasters and I think 1 or 2 international masters. I was the only woman player at the event, and it was quite tough event for me actually to play every single day against the grandmasters. And I started really heavily. I had only half a point out of 3, 4.
3, 4, I see.
But every game I had some chances, so I was not feeling that bad. And then I got lucky. My opponent, the grandmaster, blundered the queen with a tactic. It was like 2, 3 moves tactic, and I won the piece with white, with black pieces. I had 1.5 points, and then I scored another 2 draws or 3 draws, and I was like, damn it, I didn't even lost the rating. So very often it's a chain of the events when these things are going good
your way.
or going,
Yes. If it is going your way, it's gonna kind of keep going your way. You would have confidence, and then you score the result. Your confidence increases more.
Exactly, and also there is this kind of momentum sometimes. Maybe you start bad and end nicely in the last round, or opposite, you start well and then you get a bit tired.
Exactly. The thing is, you just mentioned this fact, and then 2 events came to my mind. In one tournament, I started 4 out of 4.
Oh God! Tell me you won that event. You did not.
No, I did not, and I ended up getting just 4.5 out of 9.
Oh,
Look at that! Wow.
No, it happens. I have been there too.
And another tournament, I started with 1 out of 3. Like, I'm playing with white, I'm losing the game. I mean, the thing is, it is equal, but I'm kind of I have slight advantage. You always have advantage with white. I don't know. I kind of feel like it. If you go positional, you have some better odds. And then, but I have to gotta win, and then I go wild and in dynamics, and towards the end of the game, time trouble, there is one blunder, and I lost my first game. Second game was a victory. Third game again with white. Again, I wasn't able to convert that game, and 1 out of 3. But guess what happened?
Then you won all the games.
I won the rest of the games. I ended up getting 2nd and 3rd place.
Yeah, happens. So even Richard is struggling in this game now. We see it. Is it visible? Yes. It's visible that he's struggling here. Time 20 minutes at this point on the clock, and the position is very difficult. And also the other games were not so easy for him. Of course, this tournament is not the tournament that we probably played, but here actually every single day you have a stronger opponent coming up, but still he can strike back. You know what we have in the game Parham against Pragg? We were thinking that Pragg has to do some breakthroughs in the game, make some decisions. I think he's doing his job quite well.
Yes, because positionally, he cannot wait. He has to do something. And we have stopped at queen f3. We have seen bishop f4, rook exchanges. I like queen d1 and queen d2 decision by Parham. This is another strategic maneuver you do. Bishop to g3, h5, h3, h4. Yeah, I still like white's game a little bit. Okay, bishop to e5. The goal is forcing black, provoking black to push f6, after which you want to go back to bishop h2. So that bishop pair advantage is slowly kind of fading away. So yeah, but we have to consider white has that d4 pawn weakness as well. So there is, it's not that it's purely white is better. Black has a lot of counter chances. Or it's not clear how white would go after that c6 pawn. You usually kind of were not in the idea of blocking.
Yeah, you have to attack the pawn. You cannot block it.
Block it. But knight on c5 looks also good.
Interesting information maybe for for those who are watching us on YouTube, you guys, I just saw the video from yesterday of Ivanchuk losing on time, and this is on social media of UzChess on Instagram. If you are not following yet, please do follow, because you might have a lot of interesting videos there. And I just saw it, the moment of Ivanchuk at this event. And besides that, you will also find more stories from the tournament, behind the scenes, some of the game analysis, and everything you need to know. So go ahead and follow social media of UzChess.
It seems like this UzChess has triple S on this
Yeah,
social media.
like, is it me being dizzy today because it's really hot? Or
No, UzChess. UZCHE triple S.
triple S.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Back to the chess part of day. Here we have Pragg is sitting at the board whole game. He has barely walked today. Very much focused. He's trying his best to create some kind of attack on the king side. He has pair of bishop.
Yes. And in the meantime, let's have a look at Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave and Arjun Erigai's game. We haven't visited this game for now and for long, and now let's have a look. So bishop e5, and Arjun decided to push the pawn first and then takes rook e5, where his bishop is like really powerful on the dark squares. Rook a to d1, rook a e8, rook to e2, e7, queen to b7, knight to d7. Yeah, I would say maybe knight to e5 is coming next move. After knight takes e5, bishop takes e5. And then queen to b6, queen to d4 penetration once the knight is on f3 gone. I would say we would see another kind of positional masterclass maybe on this game by Arjun Erigai's.
Yeah, Arjun must feel really confident in this position. Yes, they have actually equal time also. I don't think time will be an issue here. 11 more moves to be played, and it's quite close game, right? You can just move around a little bit, gain some time on the clock.
The e4 pawn and this kind of strands of c4 and b5 protected, you know, and considering a3 pawn, a bit weak, same color with bishop. Which
yeah, for black, the ideal would be to go to the end game, where white has less pieces and will not defend the weaknesses. Like, for instance, to keep the bishop versus knight would be very nice end game.
Yes, yeah, it's like maybe he would do that knight e5 move,
Yeah,
and he would
trade
exchange and maybe take with a rook or bishop.
Yeah.
And then maybe take with a rook and just get back. And I was mentioning maybe penetrate, yeah, and hit that pawn more and more. Okay.
Oh, let's go back to the game of Nepomniachtchi and Yakubov. Here we have queen to e8, the move that we were talking earlier that looks super crazy. Oh wait, rook is on a6. This is a difference.
Yes.
Okay.
He decided to protect the pawn. I mean, it looks like when you want to push c5, you're hitting the queen. So that's kind of the idea behind the rook being on a6. So yeah. Rook on b5 had the point of rook getting on b2. Okay, so Nepo made the move of rook to f1, offering trade of the rooks. Okay, Yakubov thinking they are at move 38. So there is quite enough
plenty of time. Rook to f8. Yeah, any trade would be just good for black, because one rook is on 6th rank, which leaves the back rank quite weak. So rook f1 will favor black in that position.
Rook f1, you mean favors black?
I guess so.
Let's see. I'm thinking of that doing knight f6, whether to trade the rooks or to keep the rooks on the board.
I think black has to keep the rooks on the board.
Yes. Maybe. I mean, it's a bit unclear. There is a huge difference because if you trade the rooks, takes, then you go knight f6, maybe you would get the b file for yourself. But at the same time, bishop f3 is coming to hit that. But when bishop f3, you go to c5, there is another queen trade happens.
Oh my
If you
God.
go to bishop a8, if you move away,
That's a crazy move, c5.
yeah, it's, I guess black would struggle a little bit with coordination.
Yeah.
If rooks get exchanged. Maybe with knight f6, it's still maybe coordination is a problem, but because there is a rook on the board and this rook, it's on its ideal square.
Yeah, he goes rook to e8,
even just,
avoiding the trade, but
avoiding the
attacks the queen on e6. Also quite logical move.
It's it could be the idea, maybe reorganizing pieces, getting them into e5.
And also I wonder, like, where the queen goes here is
I mean, if queen f7, it's immediately rook a7. Yeah, I wouldn't think about it much. Yeah,
exactly.
I would hit that.
I was also thinking if queen goes on d6, then immediate c5 probably, because the queen is hanging and you open up.
Exactly.
It wins the game. Yeah.
Immediately. Yes. So I would say maybe queen f5 would be the ideal move, and here maybe doubling up the rook, or c5 is also possible. The thing is why I'm not rushing for c5. You're gonna meet that bishop f3 move,
strong,
and yes, would you want to meet that bishop f3 and then take care of that? Yeah, like,
because this bishop has not the opponent on the board, so it will be quite. I like the structure knight d5 and pawn on c6 to guard the knight. All right, I think we can very quickly jump in the challengers game because on the first board we do have a very, very interesting situation among the leaders. Andrew Hong is leading the event, one of the leaders, and his opponent is Vitaly Sivuk. And look at this position. Oh, we have not reached it. Okay.
just a sec.
The first board.
Oh, we have a result.
We had two draws already.
Two draws already, yes. Two draws between two Uzbek players, Muhyiddin Madaminov and Muhammad Zohid Suyarov, and
I don't know how you're pronouncing that so fast.
Yeah, I know
their last names. Wait, I will do.
I know their names, so it is quite kind of natural.
Muhammad Zohid.
Muhammad Zohid Suyarov.
Suyarov.
It's two names connected. It's Muhammad and Zohid. Muhammad Zohid. Yes. Yes. I mean, Muslim people have
father's name and
no, not father's name. They usually have the start of the name and then
yeah, okay.
It's Muhammad. It's like a very
common name.
Very
yeah,
common
yeah,
name, yes. And Madaminov Muhyiddin. Yes, I mean it's kind of more natural to me.
Yeah.
So I had a friend even named this way.
Yeah.
So they had a draw, and we have another draw between Jahongir Bakidov and Chinese Ma Kun, and they ended up in a draw quite immediate from where we left off. You know, we left off on this moment, and it turns out they had a repetition.
Yeah, they moved around a little bit with the knight, but
yes.
I think it's a fair result here. But the first board is still very interesting.
Yes. Takes c5, a5 would be more double-edged, and it looks like white has passed pawn, and that passed pawn is pretty much nicely protected, and black would have that hanging pawn. If c4, that would make d5 pawn backwards, so there could have been some game happen. But let's go back and have a look at the game of Vitaly Sivuk against Andrew Hong. And yeah, we have seen some moves, and it looks like black is pushing for the win.
Yeah, I love this idea of pushing the pawn h5, h4, h3, creating the weakness on the light squares on the king side. Now the threat can be somewhere rook e4 sacrifice to expose f3 square. This is something that white has to watch out.
But there is no rush for it, you know.
Yeah, this is an idea.
Yeah,
Don't necessarily need to go there. Yeah.
You can just double up your rook with rook e7. Yeah. Get that rook into the game. The reason, and maybe pawn to g6, just safety. Yeah. Okay, g6.
G6, yeah. I like this move G6 because now you want to play bishop G7 and F5.
Yeah, that's also possible. Or just maybe knight F5, you know?
Yeah,
You
knight
want to
F5.
get that bishop and just get the bishop d4. It's that easy. Or the knight F5 would result in opponent giving up his bishop pair, and that looks like very nice to play with black.
Yeah, feels like black has really nice edge in this position. A lot of ideas, and mainly it is because of the weaknesses that white has in the position. The pawn structure has created the weakness. There is a beautiful outpost for the knight on d4, and all the black pieces are just so happy. All of them have very nice squares. Maybe black can also bring rook to d8 at some point to bring this rook into the game. And yeah, look at them. Beautiful bishop on light squares controlling everything. Another beautiful bishop on f6 controlling dark squares. And yeah, I think it will be just a matter of the technique for black to win this game.
Yes, I mean, the weaknesses on white side like looks really exposed. Yeah, it looks close, but on the white squares and dark squares, black is simply kind of managing his attacks. And once knight f5 happens, I'm like, you would give up your bishop on e3 for the knight, and after which the dark squares looks very weak for white.
It does indeed. We can get back to the masters and take a look what we have. I think Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and Aravin is something very interesting. We have some development.
Okay, we do have some developments, and earlier on we have said about king to b1 move and bishop to e2 move. Queen c2. The only thing I don't like with queen c2 is queen was guarding a5 square, and right now it's kind of giving it away. So rook to b8 happened first, and we saw that b3. Wow!
What is this brilliancy now?
I mean, the only move that makes sense, I would say, because I am slowly understanding computer, because if other moves have huge difference, let's say b3 and
make any other move here.
Other move, what else? How you want to defend your pawn, you know?
Knight c3.
Oh, okay. Knight c3, queen to a5, you would be kind of.
But you see, knight c3 was not given a bad move.
No, it will be. It will be given a blunder even. Just we have
give
to
it some time.
Yeah, we gotta give it some time. I don't know how Arjun would find out, but yeah, we can see from the evil bar how kind of it dropped badly. Look at that, from here to right there.
Yeah.
So b3 is good move because all other moves are bad. Like b4 and knight b6 is mentioned. Yeah, if there are all other moves are bad, even let's say 1 point difference, computer evaluates your move as brilliant.
Yeah.
Because you found the only move that holds you advantage or holds the game as it is. Queen to a5, which so on queen d2 variation it did not exist. But now bishop to c4, rook to e8, mentioned with the king b1. Okay. Queen being on a5, still I don't like that factor. Knight to e5, hitting the bishop on c4 and bishop d4. Wow, that's good. That's good. If takes, you just take, and now you're trading that bishops, and then you're moving the queen away from the pin.
Yeah.
And of course, if your opponent tries to go after the pin, maybe with this rook to the bishop, when you're taking, you're also opening up your rook to defend the knight.
You're pretty much forcing queen trade. After king takes g7,
yes,
queen to c3, go to the safely in the end game.
But the thing is, you can start check first to see where he goes, because he cannot go to king to f7. You just penetrate. If he goes to king to g8,
knight f6.
But you're exposed. Maybe first that queen c3, and you're forced to trade anyways. And now what you did different is you made his move back to king to g8, not g7, which was one move extra. You know, in
this
the end,
is so deep thinking that the grandmasters are actually doing.
Yes.
For them, this one nuance is very important.
And when Abdusattorov did bishop d4, I would say he did calculate these lines already. He knows these lines, how it works out. And probably Aravin is going to go for not exactly knight c4 line. he would be maybe considering bishop takes d5 move takes and just moving away, and then restructuring his pieces, maybe with queen c7, hitting that c7.
Do you know what
From
I
back.
like in that position for Aravin? To play something like
Maybe
rook to
getting
c8,
rook to e8 or
b to c8.
b to c8. Okay, let's make that
Not in this position, at the current, yeah, here.
b c8.
So I'm not really making any trades yet, and I want to look after c5 pawn.
Yes, that's also okay. That's quiet move. Yeah, quiet move. You're gonna tell the opponent to decide, but white has a decision of triggering some trades with going knight to e3. You take knight to c4. I take back with a knight, and I'm hitting the queen. I'm planning maybe on knight to d6 as well.
Yeah.
So you gotta be careful. So after knight e3, I'm the white is the one triggering exchanges. So if knight moves, both bishops straight. But the thing is that got my interest is going to knight to d3.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking of maybe take. And of course, I'm not gonna trade bishops because your knight is just super powerful. I'm just gonna get rid of this. Takes. And I think black is kind of managing all right on this game because he has a rook and a bishop, but structurally there is no weakness on white. So his pawn advantage is real. Just the thing is, black
Maybe
has
this
some,
is a practical a5, a4, something to
practical
expose
chances
the king
black
as
has,
well.
yes. And rook maybe placing b8. There are some practical chances. So
Aravin thinking in this position.
and that's
11 minutes.
11 minutes air move at 22.
So 18 more moves.
The game is very much aggressive, I would say. Not the easy one to play. So I would say before they reach move 40, they would have some
time
trouble situation.
We're gonna have. Let's rush back to the game of Parham against Pragg. We do have some changes of the structure.
Okay, I see the mistakes and what just happened. So on bishop e5, okay, I was earlier saying it's triggering f6 move, but it turns out Pragg decided to take it. D takes e5 and queen e7. On the first side, it seems like
you are attacking two of white pieces.
Yes.
But g5 is
g5 is dropping. Yes, g5 is dropping.
What is white's move? Shall I go rook to c1 here?
That's also possible, yeah. Or you can remaneuver your pieces as well with the knight to b3.
A knight e4.
Yes. And you're hitting that a5 pawn, by the way, in the meantime.
Yeah, by the way, this is also a pawn there.
Yes. So if a4, you just get the knight to d4 and bless you.
My portion of sneezing. Thank you.
So yeah, and
I love this idea of
if bishop moves away,
knight around him.
You can just go here. And maybe positionally some e6 sacrifice awaits. It looks so good. And then you go knight f3 and knight to e5, you place it, or even rook to e5.
Brilliant.
To e5. Looks good. Yeah, I would say we can actually see that positional brilliancy masterclass from Parham. I was actually liking his game all the time, when he went that bishop b5 and c6 earlier on. I'm like, that's the kind of something you do as positional player, and that's something turns really amazing. And black had to make some dynamic decisions, and he went maybe a bit too dynamic.
Yeah. Because of the structure, it seems now that white has no weaknesses on the king side, and black has pushed too much the pawns. We do have a move played by Aravin, and according to the engine bar, this is an accuracy. We can take a look what has been played. He decided with all the pieces on the board to play king to f7.
Wow.
Very brave decision.
Wow. Is he protecting his e6, or what was the goal behind it?
Yeah, in the long variations, you always see something is not guard it and you just play that one. So look at Abdusatoro.
What is that?
This is the alert, like he knows something. Look,
Yeah, I'm
look.
looking at Aravin. Are you serious? What is that? What's your
Yeah,
idea?
the eye contact. Yeah, with the eye contact, what players are doing, they are checking how the opponent is feeling. And Aravin is just like, he's blocking his eye contact.
Oh yeah, confused. Yeah, what is that? It's still like, okay, what is black exactly? What is trying to do? Why king is on f7? What difference does it make king being on f7?
Well, with the queens, rooks, knights, and bishops on the board, it makes difference because your king is not safe there.
Yes, but wait a sec. Black just went from g8 to f7, not f7 to g8.
Yeah.
So you are making, let's say, step backwards actually, not step forward in your protection and be.
And bishop e5 has been played. Let's take a look what it is. If he takes a knight off the board, bishop will take on.
And then I would say there is knight f4, hitting that bishop. If bishop c4, queen c4 check, it's forced.
Wait, if I take this knight?
Oh, wait a second, rook d7 check even coming.
Oh.
It's hint.
Knight f4 is on the board.
Just
Abdusatoro is just so, look at him.
Yeah, if bishop f4, even g takes f4, then rook d7 maybe, because you don't want to trigger any trades. Abdusatoro like.
Yeah, he's looking around. It's like checking everyone if if others also sees what he sees. Can't believe himself. Oh, rook d7 is a powerful move.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to rush to make it. You can just take it as well. No rush. Queen c5, you're not dropping any pawn.
Hold on, let's see this rook to d7. Let's rush it, because why not? Rook d7 check.
It's possible as well.
If you go...
You triggering trades.
Oh.
And king seems in the middle for straight, so...
So you cannot really do that.
That's why I'm like...
You have to take on f4.
Yes. f4.
Okay, and now...
Yeah.
Why this is so bad? Queen c7?
The reason is you cannot take the pawn. King is just rushed in the middle. And if white decides to play kind of smooth, there isn't much. I mean, the rook d7 is a threat right now.
So queen c7?
Okay, so queen to c7, you guard it. Hitting the bishop.
Forcing the trade.
If queen comes to c4, it's kind of almost the job is done,
Yeah.
You want to trade the pieces, white can trade and just go to the queen's endgame and push that c past pawn. It's that very easy win. And yeah, but we would probably see the move that is rook b d8, I'm expecting, on this variation. But still, I mean, there is bishop e6 move. How you want to take king e6, queen c4 check. Your king is... How come king is on e6,
Yeah, not ideally placed. I think at this point, Aravin already knows that maybe that was not the best decision, but we have to admit that the position was a bit heavy for him already.
Yes, it wasn't easy to make a plan. It was remaneuvering, readjusting the pieces. It was a bit complex and not clear. The plan for Abdusatoro was comparatively more clear. Yeah.
All right, what happens after bishop takes c4 if black decides to take this?
And now rook c d7 first, maybe. Go, because if rook e7, your queen c4 check is coming forced as well. And at the end, you're taking, there's queen e6 move, queen to e5, you're getting the extra piece. And if king to f6, you're just going to knight to d5 check. Yeah, you're getting the rook itself. Yeah, it doesn't look so bad. So you're hitting e6, so you don't have much choice.
You have to either take the knight, and take on bishop is not even an option.
Yes.
Okay, take the knight, pawn takes the knight, and shall I do something like rook d8, rook b to d8?
Yes, we explored that, and just bishop e6 coming. King e6, king is wildly exposed.
Wait, why not rook e6?
Oh yeah. So if rook here takes, rook e6 is possible as well.
You want to bring this king to the hill, yeah?
Yes. If rook c6, yeah, I guess maybe. But there is rook d8, rook d1 coming. And then maybe queen c4, pinning still. Quite not nice to play with black. Yeah. C-pawn is pushing. Yeah, that doesn't look to me that good. I mean, either lines. I mean, we can go even just slightly more deeper. Just take rook d1, queen to anywhere. Probably maybe c8 that protects e6 as well. Queen c4. We are pinning it. King moves out of the way, and b4 it's protected. Yeah, and pawns are just pushing. It looks like yesterday's.
It is just
Pragg
amazing
pawn,
position
yeah.
for white. You don't risk anything, and you have extra material as well. All right, and in the
Yes,
current
d4.
position also, Arvin has another issue in this game, the time.
Time, yeah, he has
6 minutes in this very difficult position.
Still move 24. Yeah.
Yeah, 16 more moves to be played. We do have a new move and the change of the structure. And the game also, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Nodirbek Yakubov ended.
Wait a sec. We have bishop c4 on the board.
Oi.
Wow.
We took d7, right?
Yes, rook d7, queen c4, rook e6, rook e7, queen e6. Yeah, just queens.
Oh, yeah, I think Arvin just saw that.
I'm looking and double checking. Absator expected bishop takes f4. Arvin went for bishop c4. I would say we would see that.
No, queen takes c4.
Okay, rook d7 next move still a baby. Immediate rook d7 looked more interesting to me. Yeah.
All right, let's see now if king goes on
g7.
g7, rook d7, and king to h8, and then queen f7.
Yes, king to h8.
Ay.
So Absator probably went for that, but if to king to h6, king is kind of safe. But the thing is, why king was on f7? You know.
This king is safe.
I mean,
no, take h7, queen f7, and checkmate into moves.
Are you sure? There is a checkmate?
Bishop g7.
Hello, yes. And I'm ready to get into queen c3 as well.
Yeah, okay. You can win with extra rook if there is no checkmate.
I can get to queen to h3 as well. So that's why I'm saying in the meantime, you know, king is kind of safe. How do you want to attack it? You want to go to queen f7 immediately now, rook h8, and now no progression, you know? Choose it.
Oh, I don't know. I'm having problems to understand this is safe. Wait, the queen f7 is not maybe a good one?
Yes.
What else we can do?
What else? So maybe you just bring the rook in. You just play normal chess, not attacking anymore.
I like rook d1 because then you now maybe threat rook h7.
Yes. And then bringing another. Yeah.
King g7 is on the board, so that's why rook d7 was more accurate move because you don't allow this king to run.
Yes. Exactly. And let's say if he realized he had earlier rook d7, but he's going for rook d7 anyways. He knows in rook d7 he's
king h6.
If king h8 is queen f7, he knows that.
Yeah, king h6 is on the board.
And king h6. And now I guess more normal moves like maybe c6.
It will be tragic if Nodirbek blunders like I did. Let's show that on the board.
The rook h7?
Yeah, because I really worry about this. And then you think it's a checkmate. You can show what kind of checkmates we have on the board.
Yes, we had if this knight g6 checkmate we had, if king h6 we had this take, but of course after block
you can take on g6
you can
with
take
a check.
on g6, but king g8 or h8 either one.
G8 I think no more checks.
G8, yeah. And right now white is even threatening black is even threatening check. Getting into the game. Yeah, it will be.
So this will be a blunder. So white has to bring another rook on the board. Rook to d1 is such a logical move. If after queen a3?
Queen a3. Yeah, I mean here, Absator has to be careful. Queen to a3 is coming.
Queen c2, yeah?
No. The thing is, there is a way to guard b2 pawn another way.
Rook d2?
No. I mean, rook d2 is yes possible, but even
rook
better
d4?
one. No, even better one.
Oh, no way. This is a crazy move.
You cannot take, you're getting mated.
Yeah,
you
we
know?
can show that maybe if you
Yes.
take it.
If you take it, you're getting mated.
Yeah.
So, and also you are attacking this.
But I don't like knight d3. Like if I go bishop f6.
No, I like it a lot because queen f7 can be next move, and you're kind of fine for a while, and b3 is guarded by your queen, you know. b2 is guarded by your knight.
Yeah.
Why not? And yeah, you're hitting this bishop as well, which means if rook h8, that's a free bishop. Yeah. Every single factor kind of aligning really good. Like not a single move left for black to make here. Queen f7, immediate.
Yeah, that's a nice move actually, knight d3.
So yeah. Yeah, I'm sort of rushed a little bit, I would say, maybe on taking queen takes c4. He made that move really quick, within a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a bit shocked after king f7, I think, and he saw this line, and then he played too fast.
There is a line of if rook d7, king goes to f6, and if queen c4, rook takes b3. Maybe he considered that not ideal. If takes, there is queen a1 check. Here, check, you know. But eventually you have a
He brings the rook in the game. Rook h to d1.
Okay, that's simple, nice way. It's still good, looking good still. Queen f7, IDs still possible to make. If queen a3, we said that knight d3 exists. It's still good, and Aravin is in a kind of close to time trouble. He has 6 minutes on the clock compared to Nodirbek's almost 20 minutes.
No, this is absolutely amazing position for Nodirbek up to Saturov. The game has ended between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Nodirbek Yakuboev, and they actually decided to make a draw.
And I see rook b6 move, and there was a
draw offer. Yeah, quite logical move in this position. And we do have a lot of changes on the other boards too. Let's take a Parham against Pragg.
So queen to d4. Okay, I mean it is logical. I would say maybe protecting with this way on, or queen to d4, or remaneuver. If Parham found that remaneuver idea, that would have been amazing. So he went with way of protecting his knight with queen to d4. The idea is simple. You want to get your rook here, and queen would be kind of guarding the knight, and knight on c5 would be controlling the game. So rook e8, rook e1, yeah, protecting the pawn after the attack, f6, and you're pushing to pawn e6. Positionally still looks nice. After king to g7, rook to e3. I was thinking maybe b4, immediate b4. And if you take a takes b4,
take with the queen.
Queen, yes. I make
create
that
a
a pawn.
pawn, yeah.
Yes, a pawn. That's
There's another
distraction.
idea that you can actually go after a pawn, which is like you can play queen to c3 and queen a5.
Where exactly?
Here, instead of trading.
Instead of trading.
Yeah.
Or another idea is maybe fixating with a4.
Yeah,
you know?
first step.
Just fix it.
Yeah.
And
So white actually went rook to e3 first. He also wants to get rook b3, rook b7.
Yes, the idea looks quite good and quite nice game. Still, it's with white to play, and yeah, black is trying to find counter ideas. So they are at move 31 on the clock. Bless you.
I'm taking advantage in sneezing now in this room. Thank you.
So Parham Maksudlu has 19 minutes, and Pragg has 8 minutes on his clock, and they move at 31. So 9 more moves to go to reach additional time control.
That's right. Another game that we have to take a look is Sindarov against Richard Droppert. We do have a lot of changes there in that position.
Okay, I see some counterplay by black, so I don't like it a little bit, but I see no material loss, so it's not even pawn down. So Sindarov got that pawn back, so which means he's better, and that d pawn is pushing. But let's see where we left off, and he did that knight e4 and queen d5 idea we were earlier considering to take that c5, and he went rook c7 move, really nice way, and he took that. No, he's doing well. He's doing exactly kind of what needs to be done, and it looks quite nice.
Yeah, well played by Sindarov.
d7 move is coming, yes. d7. And I wonder there is some kind of even sacrificing rook for that bishop and then getting queen to c8. Like what I'm implying is, let's say pawn to g5, maybe some g4 ideas. You go to d7, if bishop b7. Okay, maybe first you can kick the queen even. Okay, a little bit. Queen to f3 and then take here. You want to promote, and of course you're attacking this. Maybe on queen f5, is that sacrifice also possible? No, I mean here you're just kind of winning an extra piece. So yeah, queen c4, bishop b7. It happens immediately. d7, it's close to promotion.
Very good day for the local players. Now both Nodirbek, Abdusattorov and Vachier Sindarov are having a winning position. And then we have Yakubov, who also made a draw. In the game of Nodirbek, Abdusattorov and Arjun, we do have 2 more moves. We can maybe take a look at that.
Okay, so we'll stop at rook d1, and we saw rook e d8. So it's going for the trade. We saw c6. I mean, white is up a pawn, and look at that, where that pawn is on c6, and it's gonna be on d7 next move if rook d7 happens. Quite nice. And 3 minutes on the clock of Arjun.
Yeah, and this pawn is getting on the dangerous zone of the position. White can also just consider to play somewhere like knight e6 to force this rook to be traded.
I mean, queen f7 would already force that trade.
Yeah, queen f7 is another threat.
So yeah, there is no rush to do for white. Very smooth, very nice. So nothing enough.
Also, I have a feeling that black is now struggling to make a move somehow.
Yeah, well,
all the pieces are so tight.
I mean, I would say maybe you would go for queen a3 last try to try out to get that v2, but he would just defend after queen c2 now.
No more knight e3s?
No, and I would say the earlier idea you mentioned, knight e6 is right coming, and then yeah, you're promoting that pawn, taking and promoting.
There's also queen d2 idea somewhere. After knight e6, you play queen d2.
Yes,
and
yeah, you get it. Yes, you're just checkmating that key.
Checkmate. Yeah, and the game that we have not looked for some time is Arjun against Vachier. We have to take a look, because Arjun decided to push this pawn on c3.
Oh, interesting. So, okay, we can see that knights are off the board. So there was a trade. And Arjun decided to push the pawn. So that pawn is still strong, very strong, and has a chance of reaching that promotion square. And Arjun's idea is to penetrate through c5. Yeah, and they are very much close to reach move 40. 2 moves away. They are right now at move 38. Yeah. Okay, let's see how the game unfolded. So there was h5. It's matched as a mistake, but I'm not sure if pawn should be on h5 or h7, how progression it's making, but it might have some long positional point on h5. Immediate knight e5 was just possible as well. Rook c8, knight e3, and we could see the exchange, and we saw pawn push. Sooner or later, that pawn push maybe should have happened, but maybe in the meantime, he could have put a pressure on e4 and just move the bishop away, just having a nice position. Because once you give the move away for white, then you would be at slightly advantage to push that pawn on c3. Let's say g3, c3, then rook c4 is coming, hitting that on e4 pawn, and queen d4, hitting that pawn. Immediate c3 feels like you don't have a pressure yet, which allows white to make that knight e3 move. The bishop back, bishop to d3. Okay, we had an h4, but the point I wanted to give is if rook to c4 is simply not possible, because if rook to c4, you just take that rook. And on the other direction, if you start with bishop g7, you don't let the knight on e3. If knight is on e3, it's just blocking his rook. So you don't push c3 first, you go here. You just attack. And if knight moves back to f1 or d1, then you push that pawn c3. The timing of Arjun was slightly not ideal when he pushed pawn c3, so that's why it was mentioned as a mistake by computer. Because yes, but he's still better. He is still better. The game is rather close, but he has to right now readjust his pieces to develop a new idea that would go after white's weaknesses. C3 pawn still looks very stable.
Yeah, this game I think has some future to see also the advantage. We do have some changes, some new moves in the game of Abdusattorov and Aravin. And after queen to a3, instead of queen c2 that we were suggesting, here Abdusattorov played rook 1 to d2 to guard b2 square in that way. And now it is Aravin to make the move. He has 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock and still 11 more moves to play for the increment.
Yeah, Abdusattorov is slightly playing not accurate in his, after getting that advantage, after that king f7 mistake move, because he had so many other ways of turning the game.
He has too many alternatives. That's the problem for white. You have too many good moves. So what black can do here is to take on d7, and after taking with the pawn, maybe rook to d8 first, yes. Because your rook is tied on b2 square. I want to play rook d7 next move.
Yes. Knight d6, rook d7, and go.
Can I do queen c8?
Let's have a look. Let's check. Seemingly possible move. But again, we can see that take, because the queen is moving away, not threatening checkmate and defending that rook. And yeah, Abdusattorov has to figure out the idea of how to win this game. Queen is guarding the rook. Okay, we have some moves on the board.
Rook d7, pawn takes d7.
And it made it kind of easier for Aravin to protect this game. If he, I don't know, thought and kept the pieces more on the board, it would have been kind of turning the game more ideally. But at the same time, we do know that queen and a knight is better than queen and a bishop. And considering he had a passed pawn, he had an option of trading off the rooks and then going to knight e6.
c7, c6, c7, right?
And there is no concern of
queen c1.
Yes, queen c1, you're just winning the game.
The king is so far from the board on h6, it's just winning it.
You're just winning.
Wait, what he played? e3?
e3, okay.
What is this move?
I don't know, but I see the mating net after knight e6, queen h4.
e3 is a very interesting decision. Nodirbek is again very curious. What is this move about?
Now, even you take the pawn, why that pawn is on e3? It opens the queen's way, to h4. I mean, I like it so much for white. It's kind of giving the opportunity, but white, he's doing that. It's same, why king f7? Why e3? Yeah, king f7 in e3 is very, I don't know, I would say questionable decisions.
Yeah, and I wonder what is his idea with e3.
So
g5 maybe. No, it's not.
Why
possible.
are you opening up e4 square? What is there on e4 square?
We'll know. We'll know right now. 40 seconds for Aravin.
Okay. Queen going back to a5. Okay.
Queen a5. Still
Oh,
mysterious. Why?
I
understand?
thought, yeah, I understood. Earlier we considered that queen c1 check, you remember? And that e3 blocks that.
Oh, very smart then.
E3 blocks that, yeah. Queen 35. Still, I don't see any pressure. I see 96, like you don't care about your rook because you're mating next move.
I can play rook d5 anyway.
I mean, you do a lot queen e1.
And now queen c1. And the bishop is hanging.
Still, yes, queen c1 is still
d8 is hanging as
could
well.
be possible, yes.
I think rook d5 wins on the spot.
I guess any move is on the spot, maybe. Just even rook d1 is like what you would do is black after rook d1. It's not clear. Yeah, rook d5 as well. Yeah, rook d5 just check, goes back, takes. Bishop f6 cards, and
He goes with knight e6.
yeah, good. I have moved that.
Sacrificing the rook.
I mean,
But
it's
if you
not a
take that,
sacrifice. It's just literal checkmate.
it's the term we have to say. After taking on d2, there's queen to h4 checkmate in one move.
I mean, if it is one move sacrifice, I wouldn't usually call it sacrifice, you know?
What do you call it?
Let's say if you're giving up your rook and you're taking back the rook next move, it's usually a trade. Yeah. And if you...
It's not a trade. How is it a trade? You give a rook and you get the checkmate. How is it a trade?
Here it's not a trade. You're getting even
it's
more.
It's unfair trade.
You're getting even more. Yeah. If you... Let's say if your opponent's threatening your bishop, you just ignore and then make some mating threat, let's say mating net.
What is this move 96 if not sacrifice?
It's a threat here because you don't care about the rook. You don't care about opponent's move. You're not expecting him to take.
Bishop f6 controlling the h4, but you cannot control.
He's going for
f4.
b8 rook.
Yeah.
He's going for b8 rook right now after queen f4.
g5 is the only move to be played.
Yeah, he's going for b8 rook and he's gonna go queen f8, queen f6, d8 queen. Maybe we can see another queen on the board. Yeah, and then the opponent's queen will be on d2. Yes, and this is a line we would be able to see. Takes, check. Check.
It's a mouse click. And the hand check here we have Abdusatorov Nodirbek wins. Very important game against Arjun with white pieces. Well played by Abdusatorov, and he is keeping the lead. It depends pretty much on the other game, Pragg against Maksodlu. He might be a sole leader after round 5 at UzChess Cup 2025.
He has 4 points so far out of 5. He has 2 draws and 3 victories.
And both of the games has been 2 games has been won with white pieces, and then the first actually all the games have been with white pieces.
Yeah, he's going kind of ideal way at elite level. With white you have that victories, with black you have those draws. Exactly. And we have to mention that how he survived in the game of against Sindarov, with black.
Once you survive in that game, it means that it's your tournament somehow. Like you are very, very lucky. And we talk about the luck, how important is in chess. We have 2 games down. We have 3 games
Let's have a look at Sindarov's game against
let's take a look.
The engine is somehow, I don't know, turning into slow, but let's see. So what happened? Bishop b7 and queen going back to d3 happened. Engine is not liking it a lot.
Why is that? Because of f5? Oh no, f5 is impossible.
Because either way, his plan was to exchange that bishop for a knight. And on d7, you just 1 step forward, in your plan of promotion. In queen d3, I guess you're 1 step behind. Because after bishop e4, rook e4, queen f6, I think pawn d7 and rook. There is rook fd8 idea, rook b6. I mean, you're not going further.
You know what? A very tense situation in the game of Parham against Pragg. Let's take a very quick look what is currently on the board.
We had king to g6. Okay, b4. Okay, we had that a6 before. So that's just stabilizing knight, giving freedom for the pieces. And queen to d6, we had knight to d7.
Going after f6.
Going after f6, queen e7, and f4, striking. Black's
If you take this pawn and I take queen f4, h4 pawn
H4
is
is also
hanging and rook
hanging.
comes on f7, so
Exactly.
you are very close to lose that one.
So bishop e4, and we saw this take. And the best move would be for Pragg to take it with a king.
Oh my
Go
goodness.
king to g5.
Yeah.
Well, that's not
Well, if pawn takes on g5, then we have this knight e5 check.
exactly. And knight takes c6.
And when the king goes on h7, I was actually thinking maybe rook e4 is also something.
If king h7.
Yes, yes.
But probably that's why he has to go king somewhere. Not
G7.
h7, maybe not h6. No.
King h6.
No, king g7 could be idea as well because there is queen f6 move if knight c6. Yeah. And that e6 is kind of not protected. And take, you can play e7. Yeah, even immediate
queen
e7.
a7.
Immediate e7 looks to be more interesting because after take, you're setting up a trap. If rook e7 happens, you go knight f5.
Yeah. Very dynamic position. So after g5, pawn takes g5, queen e6 has been played. King g5 is too much, I guess.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe that you can survive after king g5.
I don't know what was the idea on king g5. It looks wild. You know, here even white wouldn't respond immediately. White would just can go knight to c5. But besides it turns out there's queen d2 move, something like that, queen to f2, going after h4. Yeah.
Yeah, and after queen e6, knight f6 makes a lot of sense to take the pawn with the knight and attack the rook.
Exactly, yes. Just getting that pawn, but more or less the g5 pawn would drop soon as well. And knight f6 is on the board.
I think today we have the most tense situations on all the boards. And very likely we're going to have also a lot of decisive results.
Exactly.
Queen e5 has been played by Pragg.
Yes, I mean, he did calculate these moves, and that's why he went for queen takes e6.
Yeah, white should not take the queen, obviously, because the endgame seems to be quite safe for black, as the pawn on g5 will drop.
Even black, more or less, might try to go for the win. Yeah, his pawn structure seems fine. That h4.
Yeah. Where should the queen go now?
Okay, so if you try to penetrate with queen a7, black has rook e7 move. Yeah, he would not allow you to get in. So you have to restructure your pieces, and you have to know exactly where you want to be in that restructuring of the pieces. One way to get to black's king would be queen to d1, going to h5.
I like that move because, in fact, the rook is hanging on e8, right? So it is a double attack. Actually, the rook is hanging and queen h5 is also hanging.
The thing is, I consider queen g5 move because you are hitting this pawn
and
on
the rook
g2.
and the knight.
Yes, and the rook as well, and the knight as well. But there is knight to g4 move, which protects. But again, it's not that easy.
Is it white's advantage anymore?
It looks to me double-edged. I wouldn't say white's advantage because the game is dynamic. But according to computer, it is still white has slightly better. But the point of is slightly better, maybe king being exposed and h4 pawn, and knight like being very stable on g4 because it's like a very strong piece. Let's see the penetration.
I also have a feeling that Pragg has achieved what he wanted to achieve in this game, to have a mess on the board.
Yes.
At very low cost.
I wouldn't say the cost is low, you know. If Parham found that knight to b3, knight to d4 idea, his pawns were really weak. Like his pawns, if knight b3 happened.
No, I'm talking about the current position.
Yeah, currently he's all right, but earlier he had a couple of pawns and his bishop was exposed.
So the
currently
queen e5 is on the board, and Pragg.
He found counterattack. Yes. Currently it's like he's good. It's good. Well, let's see why computer favors white here. I mean, my initial idea is, my overall kind of whole idea is how I can penetrate to black's camp with white pieces. but at the same time, how black can increase his pressure. And one idea was getting to rook a8, maybe getting to that on rook a2 and to rook to g2. If I'm not blundering anything, yeah. Getting inside. But at the same time, this c6 pawn is weak, black is. And then I thought maybe rook e2, okay, you stop. Now what's the plan? But at the same time, it's kind of zugzwang-ish position, I would say, for both sides. Like right now, computer is suggesting moving it back, but
I don't think it's the advantage for white, to be honest.
What it is exactly? Where is white's advantage? Queen to c3, knight to e3. Where exactly it looks like for the moment even black is the one pushing for the win. But after rook e2, yeah, it's completely like white is defending very well here. There is bishop f5 if black can even go for. There's knight e5 check.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this sounds ridiculous, but maybe Parham will go for the queen trade into. If he doesn't say that this is an advantage for him anymore, then
just kind of take, and just go for the
rook
draw.
c3.
c3, king g5, but yeah, I mean there is this danger of king coming to e3. d2.
Yeah, king f2.
So king f2, rook d5, king e2, rook to g5, king. So
yeah.
no, I mean he's still defending that pawn. But it seems like Parham would play defensively on that endgame as well. Oh, Parham is considering moves like, should I exchange? Should I move away? I mean, if he is able to find and evaluate that queen d1, he would go for queen. I mean, he's in a struggle of evaluation of how does this game look, you know? What would be my idea after? I mean, some ideas I actually managed to figure out for white is maybe going to, after rook e2, there's rook f2 move. And then going to queen f1 move, and then go to rook f6 move. There is that idea.
Yeah, probably he has to evaluate not knight g4, that position. He has to evaluate knight g4.
Okay, he's about to make a move. Let's see.
Queen d1 is the move that keeps the advantage, slight advantage.
Queen
Goes
a7?
to queen a7
okay,
first.
Queen a7. Rook goes to e7. We should, okay, it's mentioning mistake, but humanly makes sense, okay. Yeah. Rook e7, queen going down. I guess there could be just some purpose. King takes, check. If rook g7, there's queen d8 check. King h5, queen h8 check. Yeah.
You can also take on, if I take on c6, then there is a check. Queen a1, queen e5. So let's draw.
Check. Yeah. If here, queen to g4, going after h4, and yeah, here, as you mentioned, there is black into just perpetual as well. Okay, so
Pragg is taking his time. He's not in rush to play rook e7 because he also has other moves too.
So let's have a look. Shamsdev Wahidov and Arjun Erigai's game quickly, and after which we're gonna take a quick short break. And it turns out they did reach move 40 very soon, and we can even see move back and forth. Oh, and those move back and forth was just to reach move 40. That was the goal.
Yeah, of course. They do that a lot.
They do that a lot.
Yeah.
And both of them got added 30 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I think the key game is the one with Pragg and Parham. 38 moves, 2 more moves to be played. But they have 4 minutes on the clock. And Pragg thinking on his next move. Rook e7 seems to be the logical move, but he actually has more moves too. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back very soon. Hopefully, we're going to see the end of this game as well. This is round 5 at UzChess Cup 2025. We do have Parham against Pragg. These two are one of the leaders of the tournament, and they have one more move to reach the time control. This is move 39, and both of them have 2 minutes on the clock. We have actually few more moves to play after queen to a7. That's the last move we saw. Rook e7 was our suggestion, and instead of that, Pragg captured the pawn on g5 with the queen. It's a bit inaccuracy. Now pawn on g2 is hanging with a checkmate. So knight g4 has been played, and Pragg decided to play queen e7 to avoid any difficulties on the 7th rank. And we have queen to b6. Parham reached 40 moves, and also targeting the pawn on c6. It is now Pragg's turn to make final move and the correct move to safely go to the second portion of the game.
Yes. So he has right now the choices of protecting with queen d7, leaving the king in the pin, or queen d6 would be getting both pieces in the pin. But queen d6 is not a huge deal, since if b5, he has a chance to push pawn to d4.
Yeah. You know what is really powerful idea? Instead of playing b5, you mentioned this idea earlier: rook to e1, rook to f1, to get the rook on the f5, yes, and f6.
I would say maybe going with rook e2, not e1. Oh, maybe first even placing queen on d4. Yes. So that you have that queen f6 ideas, and if rook moving to e7 somewhere, you have that queen h8 idea as well. So yeah, it's rook e2 and f2 and getting to f6. Sorry.
Yeah, I suggested rook a1 because I'm not comfortable to have any threats on the back rank, because when you do that, rook a8 actually creates the checkmate in one move.
Oh yes.
So
maybe
playing safe,
go queen
all
d4,
the way.
keep yourself safe.
Yeah, queen d4 is also a possibility. Pragg has to make the move 14 seconds, one more move. He has to make a move. We have some cases when a player freezes and not making a move. Parham now counting the seconds. Wait, it's 30 seconds now. I was a bit dramatic.
Okay, let's see.
30 seconds, it's some time. Yeah, he can make the move.
I mean, he's trying to decide where to move with the queen. Where to place the queen. Queen on d7 would guard g7 square, but leaves f6 square empty. d6 guards f6. Okay.
Yeah, queen to d6 has been played.
And
I like the idea because it also keeps the eye on h2 square. Pragg being himself a very tricky player. He also wants to play somewhere to play rook to b8.
Okay, now he gets out of his chair. He's been kind of sitting. I mean, he's been not walking today, yeah? Well,
not that much, no, not at all.
He's been on his chair whole time, on his board.
Yeah, when they have tough position, these players, Sindarov, everyone actually, also Rapport had really difficult day. Let's check out how he's doing against Sindarov.
So let's have a look. Did they also reach move 40? I mean, it turns out in the game they reached. And this is the position right now. And this looks that d7 pawn is still powerful. And I see that b3 slightly weak, e5 slightly weak, and the idea is still not that much clearer yet for white how to get those pawns, because if you go after b3 pawn, you are leaving d6 pawn unprotected. If you're going for e5 pawn as well, you're leaving your d6 pawn unprotected. Well, let's see how did we reach on these positions. The last pawn we thought was that queen to d3, which was highlighted as a mistake by computer because he was a bit step behind, but queen f6, we had queen d5 move, still keeping the pressure on e5. I mean, adding the pressure on e5. Rook to b6, rook b7, protecting that. Rook to e8, queen to c5, and queen f5. Mistake we had. It's a trade of the rook, so those trades were not ideal. Okay, queen b6 is considered bad move for for Sindar. But as I was just looking at the game, now I just looked at the camera and I see no one again.
As we started.
Yes, usually on the board, like it's like several situations today, yeah, when we see no one on the board already.
Yeah, at the beginning there was like some games that we missed the players, and now I understand, because you need to have some refreshment. We do have this room, which on the screen now is visible. There's a door there, so players can go and have some snacks, because also they are into like 3 hours already. More than 3 hours into the game, yeah. 3 hours, almost 4 hours, yeah. So,
okay, after queen b6, Rappert decided to take rook on d7, but he had a choice of taking on e4 as well, but maybe he thought it's not that ideal. He's leaving white's pieces on the 7th rank, and besides that, it is helping pawn push, but he had some perpetual check ideas with queen to f4. Going for queen c1 and queen to f4 repetition. And if you guard it, black is willingly going for that queen trade, or besides that, he had the idea of rook going to e6. In case of you move the rook away, I take as well, take again perpetual check. So that was the idea as well. So, but Robert Richard decided to take another rook. Not on e4, not keeping his queen active. So when you will look at the time, both players played those moves very fast. 35 seconds to take queen on b6, so less than a minute. 51 seconds to take on queen to d7.
yes, they were. I think those were the last moves that they made, and we had a handshake, very strong handshake on the back of the video, and this is Vasily Matruk against Nijat Abbasov in the challengers group. They have made a draw.
So, yep. We reached the draw with opposite colored bishop, and they actually made threefold repetition.
Yeah. Another opposite color bishop is on the first board. Andrew Hung had really nice chances to win this round, but I think now the chances has been slipped away from his hand, as white is not in a risk to lose this game.
Yes, exactly. It looks, yeah, they would have a...
Looks like a day of a draws in the challengers. We have already 3 games done with draws. We have this game in progress, and we have game on the third board in progress, and looks like they are also repeating the moves.
Let's have a look on that board, and yeah, it looks like it's heading to a draw as well. And yeah, I mean, knight h7, if king f7, that would be definitely a repetition very soon. Check back and forth. And I wouldn't think there is any ideas for either side to push for the win.
And there we go. This is the board we're talking about. The players, after 3 hours and 40 minutes into the game, they have handled it really nicely to play such a clear game.
Yes, exactly. I mean, earlier on, it looked like to me Begin's position slightly not ideal, but okay, we saw the move on the board, king to g6. Knight goes to g5 or f8 both ways. It's like close to it well. But okay, let's have a look earlier what happened. So that's where we stopped on the game. After which f5 was played and c4. So it was played at c4 idea. If takes, there is e4. Rook e1 was played, and it was the idea of giving pawn and getting e5 pawn, giving these 3 pawn and getting e5 pawn for white. But it had some double-edged ideas, but this 3 pawn looks very interesting on this game. It turns out this would gives a slight advantage for black, but of course deeper, I would say positional evaluation is needed, because although the game is dynamic, there isn't much development on the game. So knight f7 was played, takes, okay, we had more similar looking, and again, yeah, we know how computer evaluates. He sees other moves really bad, he sees just the good move, and then he says that's a brilliant move, and that's just kind of getting the piece back into moves. Yeah. So yeah, and earlier I was saying I wouldn't consider one move back sacrifices. It's kind of no. It doesn't look to me bishop c4 is a sacrifice.
Yeah, it
Okay.
is. It's, at some level, it is a sacrifice. Let's be fair. The chess is for everyone. So yeah.
Yes. So queen a4, rook d4, and again a nice game. White got the pawn, black got it back, and we had some mistakes, but again, this is not a mistake. Not sure why. Okay, we had some repetition, and at the end, let's see how we got to the position of knight versus bishop, because at this moment, it turns out even Begim's position was way better than it looked. But c4, yeah, now I would consider that c4 not just a mistake, maybe close to a blunder, because that would make black's position very much safe. And if he went for queen to d8, there are those two pieces just going after f8.
Yeah.
And if you go to king f7, knight d7, okay.
Knight on a5 is not defended.
Yes. Doesn't look that much ideal, and then you're giving knight e5 check and then capturing the knight. Although we have to be more precise, because if knight e5, there is queen e5 move. So maybe in the meantime, there is this move, and now you threaten me that knight e5 check. And if knight moves away, b7 is dropping. Okay, that was a very interesting, wild idea for Begim. And that c4 was I would say, huge blunder of the game, maybe, because he had a chance to win the leader, Nicolas Theodore, and she decided to go for c4, and after which, yes, the game slowly went for, okay, that's where that trade happened, and after exchange, c7, he got that pawn, and this was heading for a draw. And that's right where we stopped, and yeah, black is slightly unwilling to go for repetition, but yeah, there isn't much idea left of the game.
Yeah, there's this idea, final idea, after king to g7, knight g5. If we play bishop e7, there is knight e4, knight, pawn takes c4, and king to e3. Yes, that's going to be it. Let's now get back to the masters and pull up the board of Parham against Pragg on the screen. We do have queen to d4, and it is black to move. I think now all these games will slow down a little bit because they just reached the 40 moves. So we're going to leave this board on the screen. We will take a short break, and when we come back, we will have more and more moves to analyze. Still 3 games in the Masters in progress. So far we have 1 decisive result. Nodirbek Abdusatro won against Aravin, a beautiful game, and another game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Nodirbek Yakubov has ended in a draw. You guys, we're taking a break now, and we'll be back shortly.
Wow, we have a quite interesting position that is going between Parham against Pragg. And we see a huge advantage for white. He's hitting on h4. And if queen goes to a h7, that's going to expose f6 square. And to defend that h4 and keep an eye on for f6, black has to go for queen to h8. And that would expose the ideas of like rook a7 as well. And if rook f8, we can see that sneaky tactic of knight e5 check, queen takes e5, queen f8, giving full advantage for white. And after queen g, okay, let's have a look. What exactly happened that made the advantage for white? After queen d4, we have seen queen e7, rook c3, hitting the pawn on c6, and here Pragg decided to defend that pawn with rook to c8. He had two choices, either to defend that pawn with a queen or with a rook. So after queen d6, it would have been nice and better, according to engine, which leaving the space to make a move with a rook, but it's a bit in depth, because after queen d6, it really gives away that h6 square for Parham to get into, leaving his rook and a queen under the fork, but we can see in two moves he would win that queen. Going back to the moment after rook to c8 mistake, Parham decided to go for rook a3, get into the game through a file. And after queen to g7, queen to f2 right now, in the current position, going after h4 pawn. Parham is right now has a winning position. Pragg is thinking he has 10 minutes on a clock. So yeah, his legs are shaking, he's fully concentrated, but he knows that he is already slightly worse. And he doesn't have a lot of choices, and the choices are either give up h4 or go to queen h8 and receive rook a7 move. And of course, after queen h8, there are several moves Parham is threatening, and one of them is even pushing the pawn to b5. Not just getting to the 7th rank, but if takes going through the 6 ranks and making that king, going after the king and checkmating the king. So yes. And one more idea for Parham could be if queen to h8, that could be queen going to f4 first, neutralizing any black's counterplay. And if rook to d6, again, one more time, knight to e5 check. If king goes to g7, queen g5. And rook a7 is coming after king h7 and mating. So Parham is confident, he's getting out of his chair. Pragg is still into consideration of the moves. Yes. In the meantime, we can visit the game of Jawahir Sindarov and Richard Rappert. This game had some progress as well. So right now, an interesting idea appears in Jawahir Sindarov's game, and that is the rook trade. Rook going to e5. As we know, the idea is more clear here after takes. Queen just goes to e7 and pawns keep going to the queen. So we're gonna take right, and the move is played by Sindarov, and that is queen to e3. Okay, we're gonna take a quick technical break and continue soon. So yeah, welcome back to UzChess Cup 2025 round 5. We already ended a couple of games with a decisive result, Nodirbek Abdusattorov winning Aravin. And on the second board, we had a draw, Jan Nepomniachtchi against Yakubov Nodirbek. We still have 3 games remaining, Parham against Pragg, Shamsuddin Vachier versus Arjun and Vachier-Lagrave versus Richard Rapport. And we were just exploring the game between Vachier-Lagrave and Richard Rapport, and there was the idea of rook e5, as mentioned earlier, but Vachier-Lagrave went for queen to e3 move, which is going after b3 pawn. Although computer is mentioning it as a mistake, it is still solid idea for white. And let's explore that rook e5 variation. What was not ideal? We know that if rook doesn't exchange, white's rook is heading to e7 for hitting the queen and f7 pawn. And if exchange, queen takes. So why it was so not ideal? Because of some perpetual checks for white.
Can I play g3 here?
It's possible, but after queen c1 check, king to g2 or h2, black has the idea of pushing pawn to e3.
Okay.
If you take this queen, you have the chance of losing that d6 pawn.
Okay.
And if f3, oh, well, you're letting that pawn further. So if you take with a pawn, there is a very kind of high chance of just doing perpetual checks. If king to f3, you want to go out, check. If you want to go out more, you're gonna receive a checkmate.
Oy.
You cannot go much further. So, yeah. Maybe Vachier-Lagrave evaluated this position has high tendency for a draw and decided to keep even the rooks on the board, hitting b3 pawn. And as we know, there is almost no way to protect that. If black goes for queen to b7, hitting the rook, protecting the pawn, there is a queen d4 move. The idea actually comes down to rook e5. Interestingly, if queen c6, there is one more time rook c5. So there is actually a way to go here. And what was his planning? Maybe his plan is to get rook to c5 and c7.
Can I start with d7 instead of rook c5?
Immediately? The question is, will your pawn have progression after rook d8?
Yeah.
It's going to be
Queen
steady for the
d4.
moment. Yes, queen d4.
Do you know what I'm thinking?
Queen c6.
I might have somewhere g4 to expose the king side.
Yeah, to strike on h5 pawn. Yeah, interesting idea. Let's explore that. Takes h5. I mean, not at the right moment because there is the check comes fast, you know, in here and here. So maybe king has to be somewhere safe. Maybe king to h2. And if check g3, placing the king maybe on g2, and then striking with g4.
Yeah, this game has a tendency to be a draw. I
wouldn't say that draw.
If white is not playing carefully, because if you push the pawn forward and then there's no follow-up, then you cannot really take this pawn back again. So that's why white is taking here some time to find the proper plan. Right now, after queen to e3, the pawn on b3 is hanging.
Yes. Let's have a look on the game between Shamsuddin Vachier against Arjun Erigaisi. Whoa, Erigaisi managed to make huge progress in the game so far. We can see his queen is on h2, white's king is on d1. Yeah, and he gave up b5 pawn. Yeah, it seems like. But let's see how the things turned out. So we know they repeated the moves right there. And the thing is that repetition went slightly more. Interesting. Uh, Arjun didn't progress, and it feels like the game was heading for a draw, but he went for queen e5 move, leaving his b5 pawn unprotected. Which means he has an idea. After king d1, we had rook e7. Then knight g4, we had queen f4. And queen b5 turns out to be mistake of the game. 5, knight f2. And he penetrated into white scale with queen to h2.
Yep, and knight d3 has been played as the final move here, which allows black to give the check on g1. And we might have this very interesting line, queen g1. Probably knight will cover the check, otherwise there's queen d4. And after this, to take on e4.
F takes e4, I would say.
I guess
maybe.
F takes e4. And then what we can do is...
There should be some plan against forcing that pressuring on e4 pawn. So rook e7, rook c4, rook d4 is one idea as well, to get your rook towards the king. And if king t1, there is bishop h6 check. If king b1, you go to rook d1, and now how do you win the knight? Yes. Shamsuddin Vahidov is in a big trouble right now. But of course, Arjun, guys, he has to figure out the idea that wins the game.
Yeah. If not rook to c7, there is also another idea to play rook to f7 and then to get this rook on f1. Also a possibility.
Although rook will be protected, you are not removing the defender. It has two defenders already. Or you have the idea of maybe even getting
there are a lot of ideas actually. To have rook on f1 will change a lot of things, because then we can free the queen, queen d4 check.
Yeah, several ideas actually pop into my mind.
Yeah, bishop.
Interesting. So today a lot of players went beyond move 40, yeah?
3 games, yeah. It's the first time I think that we have such a long round.
And earlier on, what I noticed in Challengers game is, can you guess the results?
All the draws, for sure.
All the draws. Yeah. So we had 5 draws today. Yeah, 5 games, 5 draws. Yes, every single player drawing the game. And yeah, on Masters, we have so far 1 decisive result. That is Nodirbek Abdusatorov winning Aravin.
All right, let's get back to the game of Sindarov against Richard Rapport. They have actually played one more move, but it kind of changed the
and rook c5 was
character of the game. Rook c5 and rook to d8. White wants to play rook to c7, and black completely ignored that.
Because there is a way to protect that queen and a pawn at the same time.
Queen d5.
Queen to d5, yes.
Yeah, but instead of rook to c7, white can actually start to attack the pawn. Let's say queen to f4.
It's not attacking the pawn yet, it's setting up the attack, yes.
You're correcting me all the time, yeah? Setting the, it's on the board, actually.
Queen f4 is on the board, yeah.
And now the threat is rook to c7, a serious threat. You have to watch out to that one. Rook to c7 is probably the move, but I mean, I'm not really stuck to play rook to c7.
Yes, exactly. I mean, your pawn will be on c7 right now if rook's gonna trade, which means a huge advancement. And you're like one step away from promotion.
That's a lost. I think queen d6, queen d8 is unstoppable.
Okay, there was king to g8. Okay. The immediate thing is I'm trying to think is whether to take rook on h5. But I guess there is even better move than that.
Rook h5.
If takes, queen g5 and queen d8.
Yeah, yeah. But can I do also rook d6?
If rook h5?
Yeah.
Yes, that's something, it's not ideal to have it. I mean, you will be up a pawn in that queen endgame, but the ideal thing is...
Well, if rook c7, there's still queen to d5, so you don't
Yes,
really
yes.
rush to that either.
Let's see, how about hitting the rook on d8 first with queen to f6, and once rook moves to d7, you have that rook c7. If takes, you have queen d8 check and then take. So queen f6 would be setting up for rook to c7, but opponent has a move of just going rook to...
And is he going to do that?
He went for queen f6?
No,
He's
no,
touching
no.
the queen, yes?
He's about to play queen.
Okay, that's a queen.
Yeah.
That's a queen f6.
Wow,
Yes,
that's a
well
very
done.
nice move. It's a first engine move, and the difference between queen f6 and rook to h5 is huge. Queen f6
Huge,
is
yes.
+6, and
You're going for, if rook d7, rook c7, rook c7, queen d8 check, and you're capturing that c7 rook with a pawn. There we go. I can show the move one more time. Okay, we have already the moves. Yes, you go rook d7, takes a queen d8, and then you're taking that back. And if queen f6 right now, yeah, Richard Rappert is thinking whether...
there's rook d7.
I mean, if rook d7, that's immediate queen for
Yeah.
white. But maybe he's considering rook just going to f8. If rook c7, it's just moving the queen away, giving white time to figure out the plan for winning. But I guess there is just rook to e7 that is protecting it, and d7, and rook to e8. Of course, we have to be careful if any kind of counterattacks or checks, but I guess it feels safe. Yeah, there isn't that much. Even queen can be set up on e5 to cover any checks if there is any. So yeah, Uzbek players having decent games so far. We had the first victory, Nodirbek at Satorf against Aramin. We holding winning game in Vachier Sindar's game. However,
I like how he put the bottle on the chair, left something there. We do have some more moves in the game of Parham against Pragg, and Parham is doing a great job today to squeeze the position and get so much out of it. So they have traded the rooks, and this actually favors white because
he's
now
about to take h4
Yeah.
pawn or checkmate.
checkmate, queen h6 is the threat.
But we can expect bishop g6 move, then queen to h8, king to g5, queen h6 check, king moving away to f5, and finally white winning that h4 pawn. Let's have a look earlier, and yeah. After queen d4, white did have very much solid advantage. After rook c6, rook a getting to a file, and after queen f2, black went for king to h5, rook a7, penetrated into the game, rook c7.
Yeah, Pragg totally ignored this 7th rank in this game. I think he had to control this much earlier, not to allow a white to get all these threats on the board. Now this seems a little bit difficult to even defense after queen to f6 move. There is this move queen to h7 to avoid checkmate, but maybe we can make it on the board after queen to f6.
Okay, there was another move I'm considering. That is not just queen to go into f6, just checkmating. There was queen to f8 move. The difference is...
Same ideas, yeah.
Yeah, so same idea. If you're threatening, so which means there is no bishop g6 move anymore.
Do you know what's the difference? In this line,
There is no bishop g6.
there. Yeah.
You know, I would say that would be the factor. And if you cannot protect with queen h7 either, there is knight f6.
No, I think from f6 he's controlling e1 square, so maybe queen a7 was something that he was bothered.
Queen a7 check. Oh yes, maybe. Oops, something is not ideal with our board, but eventually you can set up, put your king to h1, like king to h2, queen to c7 check, king to h1, and your king is totally safe. If right now, oh, there was a bishop g2 move as well. Take. I mean, you have king to g1.
It's too much complicated. Queen f6 is a
Yeah.
very nice move, human move that
And
Pragg
we
Parham
see-
played. Bishop g6 is on the board.
And we can expect even queen h8 check. I mean, queen f8 is, I'm not sure. Even queen h8, queen h6, queen h4. Just simply winning the pawn. I guess
Yep,
queen f8.
Parham knows this is winning. This is final few moves. Pragg also knows that. We have seen Pragg when he's winning, his body posture is so different.
Yes.
And we are taking now a short technical break, and you will have this screen. We'll be back soon. And here we have Pragg making his move bishop to e4. We need, yeah, knight e5, bishop to e4. And it
So
is Parham.
Parham went for c6 pawn, not for h4.
Yeah, you can take the pawn on c6 right now.
There are some counterattacks. I'm not very sure if knight e6, there's queen b6 check. And after king h2, the queen is coming closer with queen to e3 move. Yeah, but of course, black's king is kind of leaving exposed as well. But black is kind of having some counter ideas, counterattacks. Yeah, I mean, but he would have that b pawn, pass pawn. The king is still in the trouble. Black's king is still in the trouble. And in case of queen c7 check, white goes just with knight e5.
Yeah, he's not rushing to take the pawn on c6. Is there any other move that he's considering?
Another move could be just knight to g4 one more time. Yeah, bishop g6.
Oh, he's playing king. He's playing king somewhere.
King to h2 maybe.
I'm not sure. I don't like the pinned knight, even though this knight will not be.
No, it's the idea is maybe getting his king closer to the board with g4, h6, g4, king takes g3.
That's a crazy idea.
Yeah.
What
And
like
then
that?
king to f4 and queen g5 check.
I like that idea. King h2 and g4. Wow. Yeah, otherwise king h2 makes look
Not
very
much sense, yes.
weird because you pin your knight, your queen will be struggle there. Okay, he's still taking some time, Parham. Wow, I like g4. Also, it just forces you. Your queen cannot give a check, and your king is totally safe. Pragg on the board. King h2 is played by Parham, powerful threat, g4, and then after pawn takes g3, king gets on g3, some checkmate ideas. Pragg is actually getting ahead on the rating list of the other players, but this game might drag him down in the standings of the FIDE ratings. Very important game for both of the players for the standings. Before the round 5, Pragg was the shared leader together with Nodirbek, and right now he is struggling to defend his position. Three minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. In this kind of positions, also not so easy to find any stalemate ideas, because you have a bishop and this bishop goes everywhere. Then you have also pawn in the pawns on the C and D file.
Yeah.
Okay, Pragg, to make a move.
Maybe I would say queen to h7, so that if g4 or g3, you take king takes g3, there is queen g8 check. And guarding that g5 square. But it might be just for temporary, really. It feels like after king f4, you don't have that much checks. You don't have that much progress with black. Just wait. And no, we see queen b8. Okay, the idea is still,
Queen
I would
b8.
say, maybe going to g8.
Yeah,
from b8
and keep
square.
the eye on the diagonal. Yeah, that's very smart. So now you can also take the pawn on c6. Parham has to take his moment now and calculate if g4 is still possible. Let's make it on the board how far this line can go. g4, pawn takes, king takes, queen to g8, and king to f4. No check for white king?
No, it is totally safe. Which means in the meantime, you can just take and come back, take or just push promotion. Yeah, your king is so safe. The queen is distracted on the king side. On the queen side, you can just push the pawn and get to the queen. Yeah, I mean, that might not work out. There is a way for him to start the counterattack. That is after take, it's just d4. After takes knight to d4, there is queen b8 check to white's king, but there is queen e5 check, and you're willing to trade. Yeah. Or besides that, his bishop will be dropping if that d4 happens.
Meanwhile, the game of Arjun Erigaisi and Vachier-Lagrave has progressed in a way that Arjun has extra piece, and we might have very soon the resignation in this position.
So yes, let's have a look what happened since our last position. Knight to d3 and takes. Oh, we witnessed rook takes e4, takes, queen to g1. The knight e1, we had bishop e3 and bishop g3 going after e1 knight, king to c2, letting
c2 was a threat, so
yes, c2 was coming, and yeah, so it's a mating too, basically. At rook c2, there is this mate. If king d2, black is promoting to c1 queen. The bishop takes e1, queen d7, rook to g8. I mean, here already black is up a piece. How many pawns does white have for a piece? But does that even matter?
Two pawns.
This is only 2 pawns, yeah.
Yeah, it's only 2 pawns, but at this point, yeah. First of all, black can just collect all the pawns, but also there's a struggle of the pieces as well, where exactly the rook goes.
And there are no perpetual checks. This is guarded. This is also guarded.
Yeah, and the rook stands really nicely on g file. You can always cover queen to e5.
King to h7. Yeah, probably. Even rook g7 looks fine. Either way, yes. Either way, it would work out.
Yeah, this is a good example that you should never give even slightly advantage to guys like Arjun or Erigaisi, because they're just like unbeatable. King to h7. And we have king to d3 already on the board.
King to d3. If black pushes c2 pawn, white has an idea of queen c7 check and take that pawn. Take c2. So
Bishop g3 will do a job here to target the queen.
That would drop c3 pawn.
Oh, the c3 pawn.
Yes. So I would say just in a simple way, just get that queen c7 out of the board, protect it, and now you have c2. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just as simple as that. Yeah.
Much simple. Also, just avoiding any checks. The black's king is so safe.
Exactly. So Arjun is thinking. Let's see what would be his decision.
Oh, he goes c2.
He goes for c2. He went for c2.
And queen to
Queen to
c7.
c7.
Did he just blunder it?
I mean, it's still winning.
Yeah.
It's still winning. You're up a piece. White's king is exposed. It looks bad.
I see. Never give up.
And now he's thinking.
Yeah, I think he blundered. He just played too fat.
I see. Okay.
And rook went to g3 to cover, g7 to cover the check.
I mean, he has just simple idea of bishop g3 and rook c7, getting that rook into the game immediately.
And bishop goes to g3.
Takes and bishop g3. I mean, he's still winning.
Yeah, rook c7 is the move you want to play here with black. Control
And then,
the open file.
yes,
There will be some checks. Queen d1, queen b1. Quill gets us.
Maybe first bishop f again, and then queen d1. Yeah. Just getting that these two square away. So yeah. Okay, in the meantime, we can have a look at how Jawahir Sindar's game against Richard Rappert progressed. We stopped at queen to f6 moment, and black decided to respond with rook f8 to keep the game going. We had rook c4, queen to d5, rook to d4, hitting the king, queen back to c6, queen g5, queen to b6, and rook to d1 so far, and rook going to
e8. Now
E8.
d7, I think, forces the moves. After
Yeah.
d7, you have to play rook to d8 and queen e7.
Is right there, yeah. I would say maybe the same plan has to be implemented, because now you're hitting e4 pawn, and you
I think
cannot.
I want rook c1, rook c8.
Yeah, you cannot protect it with a queen because queen is protecting the rook. f5 would be too much exposing, and there is rook d6. So if queen c7, you can comfortably take that e4 pawn, because if rook d7, there is queen e8 check.
Yeah, d7
And
is
he
on the
went for
board.
d7, rook to d8,
And queen e7 is very natural move.
yes. Queen e7, we can see that. So on their clock, it's okay. He made the move, queen to e7. Okay. And right now he can take e4 very comfortably in the next move. Not much ideas for black to make, and white is taking that pawn advantage, and his pawn advantage would be on d7, his extra pawn, and that extra pawn would be on d7, which would be converting the game.
Yeah, and the plan is not so difficult, actually. Usually when you have a passed pawn, it can be blocked, and then you have to move around a lot. But this one is just very simple. The threat is rook to c1. You take the rook on d8, rook to c8, and black's king is unfortunately too far from all the action.
Yes.
This queen actually also stops king getting on f8.
Yes. If king to g7, we can again take. If black goes for the queen trade, white can comfortably take that, because on the pawn endgame, even though king is close, white's king would be a lot more faster. Just king here, here, king e2, king going to e7. First, we have to make a room so that we don't block our own rook. We just put white's rook on d3, and king is just going there and taking the pawn and winning the game. So I guess here a couple of moves remained on this game. Yeah.
And oh, Arjun won. We
Arjun
have a
won the game.
resignation
So
there.
we have the result on Arjun's game, and let's see what happened after.
There was just a resignation after bishop.
After bishop g3. Yeah. That was an
Yeah, okay, makes sense because white is simply collapsed in that position.
Yes.
All right.
So Arjun has 3.5 points out of 5 so far, and Shamsin Vahidov
Still remains with 1.
Yes, still remains with 1 point.
Right, Arjun is the closest to the sole leader Abdusattorov, half a point behind. But if also Parham converts the game, he will be another person who will share the second place together with Arjun.
Okay, I just saw Sindarov's walking, which means did Rappert makes a move? So no, we don't have the move. Okay, okay.
Sindarov's walking means that he's winning. We know that. That's the only meaning that we can have. Richard
went for king g7, yes. And we can expect queen take e4. Oh, besides that, there is another idea, you know. That pawn is also weak. So which means you can go for rook d6 and rook f6.
Yeah.
Hitting
much
that
stronger.
Looks a lot more stronger rather than just taking a pawn. I guess you would be safe from any checks. Let's say if rook d6, queen to c7. Yeah, there wouldn't be any perpetuals. Rook f6, you're already taking care of 6 square check here, one more check back. You can just go here, g3. And yes, if rook f8, d8 queen, and if you take queen to d8, rook f7, and now you're getting that queen. Looks more interesting and more decisive to go for rook d6 and f6.
On top of that, queen e4 still remains as another strong move just to get rid of the pawn and keep all the threats on the board.
Okay,
rook
he is
on
going for rook d6 and he went for rook d6.
Not second time.
Yes. So Sindarov has so far 1 victory, 2 draws, and 1 loss. So 2 out of 4, and if he converts this game, he will have 3. Okay, we can see queen a5 move on the board. I guess rook f6, just natural. That protects f2 pawn as well.
Four minutes for Sindarov, which is more than enough to find all the best moves here.
Okay. So what do you say? In the meantime, we can have a look at another game, or this game is interesting enough?
I think we're going to have very soon the resignation.
Okay, did he make the move? He made the move. That is rook to f6. Yeah, hitting f7 pawn, queen d5 wouldn't save the game. The thing is, maybe... Yeah, still I couldn't say anything, actually. I thought maybe there is, letting that rook go and then do something, but that something is not clear. There isn't, I don't see much. There was a way to protect f7 pawn. Okay, he made the move.
Rook f8,
Rook f8. Even d8 queen wins the game. Yeah, he just goes.
He brought the second queen. on
Yes.
the board.
Oh,
Yeah. Shocking. It's a brilliant
it's a
move.
brilliant move, and yes. Okay. And we did see rook takes d8, and we saw, I mean, queen takes d8, and now we
Yeah,
saw.
and here we have a resignation, a beautiful game done by Sindarov against Richard Rapport. Very important victory for Sindarov. Richard Rapport is struggling in this tournament, but he has the rest of the tournament to cover it back and try his best. We have one remaining game that will be focused right now. This is also a very important game between the leaders, Parham Maksodlu against Pragg. Parham is doing his best in this game.
Queen to b8, and we can see in the game king reaching to f4 square. And after bishop h7, there was queen e7. Very, very key move against black's any ideas. The main idea of queen e7 is going after h7 bishop. If you make any other moves, let's say if you take the pawn on c6, black would have the counter idea and penetrate on white's game with queen to g2. So that was seemingly a big danger and a counterplay for black. That's a dangerous for white and counterplay for black. So Parham smartly avoided those moves with just queen to e7. Strong move. Bishop to b1, and now he's thinking, and I can say maybe now he can take the pawn, but still there is that queen g1 and g2 exist. He is calculating those lines. We can go through those moves. If knight takes d6, queen to g1 or g2, do we have the way to trade the queens even? Maybe take that d5 pawn that's exposed. I mean, if white successfully takes d5 and trades a queen, maybe both of them seemingly happening at the same time. Let's say if king is on g8, you can take queen d5 and knight e7 check, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe that idea. Let's have a look. Check. Here, check. He cannot go to this square because there is a skewer. So king goes to h7, queen e7 check, king goes to h8 or h6, not sure. Check. I guess we can still just exchange the queens. Yeah, takes. Still winning, just knight to d4. King is coming, and then those two pawns are pushing.
30 seconds for Parham.
30 seconds. Okay, he has to make the move faster, and he
he's
goes for
taking the
knight
pawn.
takes e6.
Pragg is keeping some advantage on the clock all game,
Yes.
but the position is very, very difficult.
Now, on this moment, I would say he doesn't have huge advantage, like exact same time. And now, right now, even he's down on his last minute. Okay, we have an interesting video right now.
Pushing down.
Shading, yeah. Like,
I think is it for only for us or?
no.
Everyone.
Yes, for everyone. I think we have an interesting video.
Melting down. It's really hot in here, guys. 39 degrees
Yes.
in Tashkent. No, very
Okay.
good.
Queen
Oh,
goes to
again.
G2. Yes.
Uh-oh.
Okay, now we are back to normal
Someone
camera.
just kicked the camera.
Yeah. Yeah, we had a melting camera on 39 degrees Celsius. Yeah. So
Queen G2.
queen to G2. I guess, yeah. White should go with a plan of trading queens.
Yeah, that's the safest.
And if his king is far away when queen trade happens, yes, he goes for queen to e8. King to h6. Queen f8, queen e7, queen h4, queen to g4. Yeah. Okay, they receive
Queen h8.
queen h8.
Bishop
Whoa.
h7 only move. Because if you
Whoa.
king g8, then you lose the queen.
A little bit inaccuracy by Parham. that queen h8 check doesn't trade the queens. Bishop h7, and right now you're dropping your h3 pawn. But I mean, you have still b pawn, that's very dangerous. But you're not trading queens. Well, let's see, did Parham miss because he's rushing? Okay, let's see. We have seen queen to
Queen f6 check. Very likely king will go on h5.
Or bishop g6.
Bishop g6 also a possibility, but this gives a queen h4 check.
Yes. But earlier, let's review one more time.
He just missed it. It's okay to miss it.
I mean, there was an idea. Okay, go here, takes. Just going knight to d4, b5, king going in, and then b6, b7. You're just promoting, and bishop, you're trying to guard taking that pawn. So he had a winning chess on the last one. We have seen check, queen f6, and Pragg is thinking whether to go to king h5 or bishop g6. And what differences do those moves have? If king h5, I guess king h5 looks really nice. I don't see white's ideas. There is queen e5 check, but you just go back to king to h6, and you're defended on g1, g5 square. There is no checkmate or anything. Yeah.
Using his 1 minute only. I love the way how he's thinking at these key moments. And we have here
The playing venue.
Just one game in progress. I think today is the longest day out of all.
Yes.
Which actually shows how competitive our players are. Where is the game?
We are back on the studio. Yeah.
Well, this game is still in progress. King was played on h5. So it is now Parham to move. Queen e5 has been played.
Queen e5, good.
King h6.
Back.
You can actually do queen e3 now.
Queen e3, revealing, yes. To make discovery check through king e5.
Guard the pawn on h3.
Yes. We are viewing the game, but looking at empty venue.
Yeah.
Yes. So, yeah, all the boards finished. Pretty much no one around. And
it's 5 hours from the start now.
The thing is, they are playing, you know, on that right corner, and that's why it is not visible on that camera. And now we have, yes, both of them are trying to make fast moves. Okay,
queen e6 check.
Queen e6 check.
Also guards the pawn from on h.
On h3, yes.
Yeah, I like that move.
I would say king h5 wouldn't be ideal for Pragg because there is a queen trade idea, queen g4.
Yeah.
So he has to block his bishop. Well, players have been playing since 3 p.m. local time, and right now we are 2 minutes until 2 minutes to 8 p.m. So the game has been going on for 5 hours.
Just imagine the level of the tiredness they will have after this game. Right now, they don't really feel that tired.
Bishop g6.
Bishop g6.
King going to e5 after b5 pawn. The thing is now, would queen trade result in rather bullish game because your d pawn is slightly ahead and that pawn is on h3. So it was shown.
Yeah, we can show that queen e4.
King to
king d6, queen e6, king takes e6.
And okay, bishop d3 move.
Bishop d3 to stop, knight to d4, and you have
take. And bishop to f1. So
and king h5.
Yes. King to h5.
9 seconds, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
Queen to e4
3.
on the board.
Oh my goodness, he made the move on the 3 seconds, and that's the best move.
And now he's double checking, calculating. You see, he didn't write down the move yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pragg is double checking. Pragg is so rushing. Was it not a
I
mistake?
forgot to put it down. Oh no. This is when you are messing up with the score sheet. 10 seconds, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, and
he's
he
taking.
goes for it.
And
Wow,
yeah,
what a
Bishop D3,
fighter.
I mean, he's holding this game.
What a fighter.
Yeah, Bishop D3, and he is holding the game. Okay, new score sheet. Okay, they're writing moves.
Oh
Let's
yeah,
write the
you can
moves on
see
the
now
score
the
sheet.
enter bar drops in the level. Yeah, the reason of that is the pawn on h3, and actually the biggest reason of that is the king is a bit misplaced. It's too far from the h pawn.
Yes, and maybe
Usually you want to have an active king, but in this case, white king needs to be closer to its pawn, otherwise king h5, king h4 loses the...
So Parham maybe thought the idea of that, considering this bishop is far away, he would have the idea of blocking, and that king and bishop is far away, he would have the idea of blocking that bishop and then pushing the pawn. So we can have a look that king can come closer if knight c4 takes, if b5, bishop, king to f6 coming closer, if b6, there is bishop to c8. Or it turns out there is not bishop to c8, even you can just go to
Bishop g2?
bishop g2, yes. So there isn't much.
Or king to e7?
Yeah, even king e7, because
Yeah.
b7 is not possible, just... Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
Parham had such a great technique in this game, and he managed to get winning position. But yeah,
Okay.
oh, he might already notice that this is not any more winning.
Wow, Parham is realizing that actually he traded the queens in a way that was not ideal for him. That was not optimal for him, and
Oh,
he's
yeah.
looking at it. He's plugging
takes
in,
d5.
takes on d5.
King h5.
You see king h5. Wow. Wow.
H5.
Ooh.
What?
Look at the able bar. It's winning for white now
Why is that?
because there's knight e5 hitting the bishop and knight c4. If king is going after the pawn, white would be able to cover up his pawns and progress it. Wow. Look at that. Okay, immediately bishop to a6 so that there is no cover up. And this pawn could be defended with knight to
g4, knight
f2.
Oh, okay. And then you cannot take this knight. Let's show it on the board. Maybe.
Yes.
Knight
Wow.
g4, king h4.
King h4, knight to f2.
Knight f2.
King to g3.
And you just ignore that.
You just ignore that. You go king to c5. If takes, you just push your pawn.
He knows it. Oh, look at that. Parham knows it now.
Oh,
He relaxed. Pragg
Yeah,
also knows
he's shaking
it.
his head.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
Wow.
What can
What a
happen in
game.
this game anymore? Oh my God.
Pragg, I would say Pragg maybe missed that knight g4 move, you know?
Yeah,
You
of
can see on
course.
his face, king
Knight to
can go to
f2.
h4, knight to f2.
I love how Parham is.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, sure, yeah, it's like
And
nodding
Pragg
his
started
head.
to shake again.
Yeah.
Oh goodness, chess is
Oh,
brutal.
what a king to g3, and he's gonna ignore go king c5. Yeah, he's going. He has time now, right now, to double
He has to
check.
go king c5.
Yes.
You have to be now accurate. You can't afford more inaccuracy.
Wow, what
Oh
a
my
game!
goodness.
What a turn of events! Come on, what a turn of moves! He's double considering. He's thinking that pawn would be pushing forward, that bishop cannot reach it. Yeah. I would say king c5 is the only choice. Right now, it's the other one would be king going to e5. Yeah, king c5, naturally. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, if computer sees other moves bad, it's gonna say immediately one move that is logical.
But I like that we are not having the question marks anymore. Like today with the blunders, we don't have any blunder.
Yes. So king is, yeah. King takes, that's gonna be h4.
This pawn will go as far as possible.
Yeah.
Bishop cannot stop the pawns, which are separated from each other.
Yes. It's gonna be h pawn pushing. If you look after h pawn, it's gonna be b pawn pushing.
Pragg made such a difficult choice. The blunder like that from Pragg is not very often that we're seeing.
Earlier we mentioned they have been playing for over 5 hours. And
that's the result.
Imagine their kind of concentration and energy level by now.
Pragg. But like, okay, to be honest, king h5 is so natural move. Like, let's be honest. Okay, bishop f1
would be smart move actually.
It's a smart move, but it's an engine move, right?
Yes. But I mean, humanly, it's possible as well. I would say.
Yeah, of course. If you know king h5 is a blunder, of course you know it.
No, I mean, if
king,
you know
king h5 and king g5 are like first candidate moves.
Yes, I mean, if you know white would be able to defend that pawn with knight going to f2, you would go for bishop f1.
10 seconds. Pragg. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
He takes the knight.
Oh my god, he makes the move on last 2 seconds.
And yeah, Parham immediately pawn h4. He knows he's winning already.
Okay, let's be honest. I have to admit that if it's my game, if I play 5 hours this game, very tough opponent, I'll play king h5 and I'll blunder it. I think out of 10 games, few of them, not only one.
I mean, if it is...
And here we have a handshake that makes Parham Maksodlu the winner of this round. Look at them, both of them being shocked. But we have only one person who will be happy and victorious. I think he's just asking what I've done wrong. It's very likely they still don't know. But one is very computer move. Yeah, I think they're still talking about that.
Yes, and
the mic, please.
Yeah, Pragg is asking if that endgame is really lost, you know?
Yeah.
And he thinks that it's okay. Well, what is happening there? What is happening there? Okay,
Nothing,
okay, they have been talking. We don't have audio,
but we have to just shout out both players. Pragg is the biggest fighter. Most of the players would just lose this game 10 times before reach this point.
Exactly. Yeah.
And we have Maksodlu, who has done everything, but a little bit inaccuracy in the end cost him almost a point, half a point. What a game we have witnessed today.
Again.
Oh my God, Pragg. One of the best chess players in the world.
Yeah, the day ago I saw he was in the top 5. He overtook Gukesh, yeah. Wow.
But yeah, this is not the end for him. He has still more games to go. And the strength of these super grandmasters is that they can cover from losses like this so fast, unlike rest of us, which we are thinking of throughout whole evening and then morning and then next day until the end of the tournament. They can get rid of these thoughts very fast, and this is what Praggnanandhaa should do. It's for sure is very painful for him to face everything, but look at him, he's so settled, right?
Yes.
He's talking after the game, analyzing, not storming out.
Exactly.
You know, some people. And smashing the tables, some people. But yeah, we have a big smile. It's a Pragg, and we love Pragg because of being himself, always smiling, always very positive. Actually, Vachier-Lagrave, his sister, also grandmaster, He says that he's very positive during tournaments, and he always have a nice and positive thoughts, and we can see him also to smile after this loss.
And one more thing, I guess your interviews with Parham have been successful, because after first interview he had three draws and he managed to draw that third a bit kind of losing game after blunder.
Yeah, I already imagine what he will say now for the interview. Like, he's so honest person. And look at Pragg as well. Like, the way how they're talking, he's also mesmerized with that. Like, when you're having an interview with Parham, or you have a conversation, you're just falling in love with this person. Like, he's so honest, he's so brilliant. He treats chess as like humans, It's very important for him. And what is very important for Parham, he appreciates his opponents. He always appreciates his opponents. I'm sure he will say a lot of good things about Pragg. And yeah, this is amazing to have people like Pragg and Parham in the world.
Yeah, for Parham, that's second win in a row right now. He had a victory yesterday. He has a victory today with white colors. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. They are still in that consideration because this game, whoa.
Yeah, okay, them together analyzing, they are like actually more powerful than the engine we have here. So it makes a lot of sense that they are still there and analyzing. And yeah, I think...
Yeah, okay, G7 square pointing. Yeah. Pragg is pointing at G7. Was it about Queen G7 move or something? Yeah. Yeah, so they went into silence to calculate that, to imagine that. The line they're thinking, was there? Okay, Parham is mentioning it's possible, what ideas. Okay, Queen is on A7. Should he penetrate from A7 to G7? Yeah, that's a position they are discussing when Queen was around here. Yeah. Parham is also saying, a bit complicated,
So it was a too long game for both of them. They need a good rest now. They need a nice food. They actually have a support, both of them here. Pragg has his second coach, and Parham has his wife here. It is they are very often mentioning that to have a support at the tournaments like this is very important, to talk with someone.
Yes, exactly. Exactly, yeah. Oh, nice. Earlier on, Parham was mentioning that his coach couldn't come with him, but his wife managed to come, although after 2 days. He said yes.
He just, I don't know if it was in an interview or in a private conversation, but like he said that he doesn't have a support here because he has to do it by himself, the preparation, because his coach couldn't fly
to Tashkent,
to Tashkent from Iran, and also there's no internet in the country.
Yes.
So that's why, he has a really tough task, Parham.
But on the bright side, like his wife is always there to support him.
Yes.
To keep him pushing and going for the victories, I would say. Yeah.
So,
Oh, yeah.
How long they were? Another 5 hours, I guess. But this is my favorite thing. You know what I don't like in football? When they finish the match and they cut the broadcast right away, and you want to see people celebrating. You want to see coaches celebrating. In chess, we have this one. It's very nice. In football, they're cutting the stream in a second. I don't like that.
No, in football, unless it's a cup and trophy, it's a final game. It's gonna be, unless they kind of hold the cup, raise the cup.
Of course they have to show that, but. And just a normal match, you want to see how people are celebrating, and we don't get that.
Yeah. Still analyzing. This game had so many nuances within, and there are so many factors to consider. How that everything started with, I would say, with that bishop b5 ideas. Parham, and taking that, and that's where it got
the very pleasant position.
very pleasant, and that was not the symmetrical structure anymore. And then Pragg decided to push the pawn, so we had that part of the game, and after which we had bishop exchanging. Whether that bishop exchange was right or wrong,
they both did a great job in this game. They both tried their best. One of the best games I think we have seen. But we had actually the most decisive results today. It's on the first day when we have 4 results and only 1 draw.
Yes, we have on the first board Parham Maksudlu winning. I mean, the leader, we can say, even Pragg was going 3 out of 4 and taking to some extent the lead, because right now Nodirbek is 4 points, but he's chasing back with 3.5 points. So on the first board we had the victory, Parham Maksudlu against Pragg. On the second board we had a draw, Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Nodirbek Yakuboyev, and on the third board we have another decisive result where Nodirbek Abdusatorov won against Arabi. And then on the fourth board we had Shamsuddin Vohidov losing to Erigaisi Arjun. And on the last board we have seen Javohir Sindarov winning Richard Rapport.
Yeah, amazing day, and more to come tomorrow in the round 6. We are already going towards the end as we just crossed the middle line of the tournament. We couldn't ask anything more from these players. They did their best.
Yes.
I think we can just summarize it here. I will go down to wait Parham for the interview because we want to hear his side of the story, obviously. And I will be the first because there's actually a lot of people in the line for the interview. Yeah, we have a lot of media here. So guys, you can watch this tournament on social media too. I can just make sure you follow UzChess on Instagram, TikTok, I guess, as well, and YouTube. And I think we can
wrap it up for today.
We can do that. So we do have one sole leader, and this is a local superstar, Nodirbek Abdusatorov, and he's chased by Parham Maksudlu and Arjun Erigaisi. This is the tournament for anyone. We have so far all the decisive results in every round. We don't have any easy day for the players, and we will see how the tournament gonna continue in the final part.
Yes.
Any final words from you?
One more additional thing I want to add on Parham, because I just looked at his rating. It is below 2600. I mean 2700. It's 2691. So after 2 decisive scores, I would say he passed that 2700 threshold once again.
Once again, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, well, guys, thanks very much for being with us, and we hope you enjoyed the games today as much as we did. Come back tomorrow at 3 p.m. Local time. We're going to have more to show. Thank you very much.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.